So after 20 years of service in the military, yesterday I got pulled into an officer's office and counseled for posts that I have on my social media. During the counseling, they told me I'm under investigation as a threat to national security. When I asked for proof, like what the posts were yesterday, they refused to give it to me. They made me come back today to further go over stuff. They gave me the proof, and the proof they gave me are anti-Israel posts. Now, when I joined the military, I took an allegiance to support the United States of America. I did not ever take an allegiance to support Israel. But yet, I am deemed a threat to national security because I do not support Israel and their genocide against the Palestinian people. Yes, you heard that right. I am deemed a threat to national security because I don't support Israel's genocide against the Palestinian people. Since when does not supporting a foreign nation get a U.S. soldier investigated for being a threat to national security?
It's the Homeless Left with Matt Weinglass and co-host Jay Scott. Episode 131, Homeland Insecurity. And a real fake news update. And here's your host, Matt Weinglass.
Here we go. All right, everyone, welcome. Welcome to another episode of The Homeless Left, a non-tribal approach to news. I'm your host, Matt Weinglass. We got a great show planned for you today. That opening was, of course, yet another military service member, 20 years of service, active duty, and what do you know, under investigation as a threat to national security for social media posts. And as he explains, we take an oath if you join the military, and you would assume, I suppose, any federal office makes sense that you would swear some sort of allegiance to the country that you're representing on a federal level, on a national level. That makes sense. What doesn't make sense is having to swear an oath to a foreign country. Doesn't make any sense at all. And what's worse is when you don't even do that, like this person told us, he didn't even do an oath to another country, but yet he still is being investigated for posting critique against that foreign country. Let that sink in if you haven't taken time with that. There's so many other things that have shocked us and have sometimes numbed us, but infuriated us. And these little things kind of get brushed aside when it's too much to register. So just understand that we have to look at these things as they come and always apply principle. And we have a lot of show today that's going to involve that, where we have to put our critical thinking hats on and we have to look at the happenings, and things are going so fast. And we got a lot of stuff to get into today. We got a lot of Trump activity we have to investigate, be critical of, and we should always look at these things with the same moral compass, the same critical thinking ability, and apply those principles every time. That's what our job is to do. When I say our job, I mean those of us who consider ourselves journalists or independent media folks. But you can do the same thing. You also have that right as a citizen, as a human being, to ask questions, to do your own research, to look into things, to be curious, to be skeptical, and to hold people accountable who are in positions of power. And we need to be able to recognize the differences of those people, whether they hold a position of power that they were elected to or selected to, or just for whatever reason have this power anointed to them, and they're able to make decisions and dictate things over our lives. And media folks are also guilty of this because we don't think of them this way. But when you have the ability to look into a camera and tell you on behest of the powerful people that you represent, and you give opinions and instructions and lie to us, we have to hold you accountable too. And yes, I'm talking about the Rachel Maddows and the Anderson Coopers and the Sean Hannitys and all of these mother effers. That is the reason why we're doing what we're doing, is because of them, because they're not doing the job they claim to do. They claim to do journalism. They are propagandists. That's all they are. All of them. I don't care what network. If they're being paid by the military industrial complex, if they're being paid by pharma, they aren't your friend. Their job is to confuse you, to bait you into fear, and to manufacture consent for the next diabolical opportunity for the military industrial complex and the people above that run all of the global conflicts and the banker wars, because they're all banker wars. And it's all about the almighty dollar and keeping that petrodollar alive as long as possible, which we're not the tail end of. That's the economic part of things. We talk about that as well on the show. Okay. So yes, we are calling today's show Homeland Insecurity. And it's double entendre. There's a lot there, a lot to unload there. But yes, the Israel problem has gotten worse and worse. We're going to get into the 5 journalists are saying, some are reporting 5 journalists killed live on air. We got the Trump executive order banning U.S. flag burning. We have a Chicago military deployment problem coming here, and it's going to affect all of us, not just people in Chicago. We have an update on Russia and Ukraine and a possible deal, although we've been talking about that for so long about a possible deal. But we were looking to that, the latest on that peace deal. And then we got we know what it's not. And we're going to be joined by our co-host Jay Scott in just a bit. We have some news from HOLLYWOKE, as we call it, or Ziowood. We do have some coming out here. We didn't get to a particular story on Thursday about Aubrey Plaza. We're going to get to that today. And then we got some loudest voice for you guys as well. Loudest voice of the week. Oh, and Venezuela. That's the other one. We're going to cover World War III watch. We got an update on Maduro taking on the Western imperialism machine. It's pretty wild what's going on right now with Venezuela. So we're going to get into that as well. Get your questions, comments ready on any platform you're on, guys. If you're on Rumble with us, thank you for being on Rumble. That's kind of our home base for you guys. It's been that way the entire way. And this is the handle. You guys know the Homeless Left. We're on Rumble and on Twitter X. Our YouTube, not so fortunate. We got the plug pulled on the Homeless Left. Doesn't exist anymore. Why? Well, because we're having conversations that are dangerous. Apparently, according to Google, YouTube, these conversations are too dangerous to have. They put the safety of the community in jeopardy. So we just changed the name and started over. It's called THL Presents, and we're doing pretty well, thanks to you guys. So if you're watching us on THL Presents, we had just monetized the channel. We have a little issue with some of the paperwork. We're working that out. They're very complicated over there. But the good news is, and I don't think we're able to do super chats today from what I'm seeing. But we're working out some of the logistics. I think we're going to be okay. We haven't got any warnings yet on this channel. Thank God. Thank God we haven't got any warnings yet. But if it happens, it happens. We have to deal with it if it happens there. If you happen to find me on Twitter, Matt Weinglass. Also on Facebook here in Los Angeles, we do have some people here that have kind of scrolled by our feed that's running here locally in LA. Most people that can see it are friends with us here in LA. So we'll see if they give it a shot. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. Give us a few minutes, see if it's something to your liking. And of course, we really appreciate the locals opportunity. If you guys want to show us some support on Homeless Left, locals.com/support. You can help us out with a regular or a one-timer. It keeps us going. We really, really appreciate that. Thank you guys so much. And yeah, before we get to the show, just a reminder, anyone watching today, we welcome everyone. Anybody that is part of any tribe that you feel no longer feels comfortable for you to be in that tribe or that team, or bowing down to a color or a leader. If you're kind of sick of that, of doing this hero worship, and you're sick and tired of not being able to ask questions and hold the people accountable, the people that you want to do well with their job. If you're not allowed to challenge them and you're told to shut up, get in line, you're helping the other team, keep your mouth shut, wait till further instructions, 2 weeks to slow the curve. Don't ask questions about Palestine. Don't ask questions about Ukraine. Don't ask questions about free speech. Only when it helps your team. Then you can get upset about free speech, right? So if you're sick and tired of only being able to pick and choose when you get angry, if you're sick and tired of having to check in with your team leader to be informed about how you feel about a particular issue, you're not allowed to have a feeling about it until you check in. Make sure you're aligned with all the other team members. Make sure that you share the same emotion that they're telling you to have, whether it's joy or whether it's complete anguish and fear and suicidal thoughts. Like after Kamala lost the election, they gave you the suicide hotline to call. So whatever that feeling is, if you're sick and tired of checking in with your team leaders and you want to form your own opinion about what's going on your own, then the Homeless Left is the place for you. We happen to be homeless from the left. You might be homeless from somewhere else, and that's okay. We welcome you anyways, because this is not about a tribe. We're not a tribe. We're a space where you can be part of a community, but the community is individual thought. The community is critical thinking. The community is acceptance. That's funny. I thought the left was about acceptance. I thought they were about diversity and being open-minded. Doesn't sound like they've been recently. No, not at all. If you have to check a box to get into the door, it's probably not the right place to be. At least that's how we feel here at the Homeless Left. So watch out for those checking of boxes. We don't have you guys check any box, except just we ask you to bring your own brain and have access to your own critical thinking skills. That's it. Take off those tribal glasses. Come on in. Join the rest of us here on the Homeless Left. Let's get going on the show now. Yeah, we're ready to go. On Tuesdays, we generally like to start with real fake news. Let's go. It's a real fake news update, not brought to you by Pfizer. In what we were unfortunate to find out, that yet another IDF horrific massacre occurred, a bombing occurred, during which there were paramedics attempting to recover the body of a journalist who was previously killed by the IDF in Gaza. So as the paramedics and other journalists were gathering to help and to document this recovery of the body, the journalist's name was Hussam al-Masri. It was being broadcast live on TV as the paramedics were attempting to get this body and cover this story live on TV. The IDF decided to bomb the paramedic team and the journalists that were gathered there. And it all got captured on camera live. Here is the footage if you haven't seen it yet.
مقصود لهذا الزميل الصحفي حسام المصري.
لا حصل الآن
نعم.
الآن خليك يا الله، راح الدفاع المدني قتلوا الناس، راح الدفاع المدني قتلوا الناس. استهداف كبير الآن كما تشاهدون في هذه الصورة، تدمير كبير، قصف عنيف جدا.
Very sad, very tragic. We would hope that there would be an immediate response from the West condemning this act clearly on purpose. Every single one of these acts that are done over and over, whether it's the hospitals, the 36 hospitals that have been bombed on purpose, journalists targeted on purpose. These are 4 that we know for sure were killed there. There could have been a 5th one, actually. These are the 4 killed that were standing there on that ledge you just watched. Their deaths broadcasted live on TV. What were the press doing there? They were trying to cover this as best as they can. These are Gaza press. These are Palestinian press. They don't let any other press in. You're not allowed to go in. If the homeless left were to take a trip to Palestine, we would not be able to get in, period. They do not let us in. So the weight on the shoulders of these courageous individuals is outstanding. And they take on that duty and they show up to get us the footage that if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't even have this footage. And here we go. The shot on them was being aired live, and that's what you watched was their deaths on purpose. Here is the IDF response to what you just saw. The US version, this is the West version. There's another response that's in Hebrew. We'll get to that. But this is the response that they wanted you to see. And they wanted all of the people in the West, all of us gathering around our TVs to watch. Whose fault was this? Well, clearly, according to the IDF, complete accident by Israel. And it sounds like they might be doing some victim shaming, blaming the journalists for putting themselves in harm's way. I kid you not. Check it out.
Earlier today, IDF troops carried out a strike in the area of Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis. We are aware of reports that harm was caused to civilians, including journalists. I would like to be clear from the start. The IDF does not intentionally target civilians.
Yeah, okay.
The IDF makes every effort to mitigate harm to civilians while ensuring the safety of our troops. Any incident that raises concern in this regard is addressed by the relevant mechanisms in the IDF. We are operating in an extremely complex reality.
No,
Master.
No, it's not extremely complex. You are creating the complexities with your propaganda. We've been hearing this for the last several years. We're sick and tired of it. We're not buying the bullshit anymore. But no, please tell us how complicated it is. How complicated it is to target and murder people. Tell us how hard is that? Go on. I'm curious.
Terrorists deliberately use civilian infrastructure, including hospitals, as shields.
Oh, of course. The Hamas was doing that. They were using those journalists and those paramedic workers as human shields. Well, of course you had to bomb them. Of course you just had to take the whole thing out. Did you get any Hamas? No, you didn't, did you? You didn't, but you tried. The most sensitive army in the world, the most caring, nurturing, compassionate, as RFK Jr. tells us, just the bet. They really take love and care into every one of their massacres. It's extremely complicated. Just to assure yourselves, it's so advanced that we can't even comprehend the complexities of annihilating journalists and paramedic workers on purpose. It's very, very, very difficult to understand. So we'll trust you on it.
They have even operated from the Nasser hospital itself.
Oh,
Hamas began this war.
Yeah, that's right. Hamas, out of nowhere. They just hate Jews. They woke up in the morning and they said, let's kill Jews. That's the story. Nothing before that. Nothing before that. Go on. Tell us how it started with that, and then what happened.
Created impossible fighting conditions and is preventing its end by still holding 50 of our hostages.
Oh my God.
Having
the hostages you don't want back. You don't want them back. That's okay. Okay, for sure. But it's complicated.
Said that, as a professional military committed to international law, we are obligated to investigate our operations thoroughly and professionally. The Chief of the General Staff has instructed that an inquiry be conducted immediately to understand the circumstances of what happened and how it happened.
This is when you investigate yourself, and they're going to do it immediately. Never fear, guys. Don't worry. The IDF is on it. They're investigating themselves. They're not going to waste a minute with the investigation, and they'll be back with an honest assessment right away. Right away. And if they find out something bad happened, what do you think they're going to do about it? But no, it's good that they're acting immediately and investigating themselves. That's a good system, right? That's a great system. When the person or entity accused of the crime gets to investigate themselves. Love that system. But of course, you guys are just an advanced, moral, humane, most advanced, most precise, most complicated army in the planet. Of course, you should investigate yourself.
Reporting from an active war zone carries immense risk, especially in a war with a terrorist organization such as Hamas, who cynically hides behind the civilian population. As always, we will present our findings as transparently as possible.
As always. I love it. As always. Yeah. You mean as never. As never.
We regret any harm to uninvolved individuals and are committed to continue fighting Hamas while taking all the necessary precautions.
No. You don't regret anything. We're going to show you guys in a moment how they actually talk to Israelis in Hebrew on their local news. But let's get to the real fake news first, because that's actually the real news. We'll get to that in a second. The real fake news are the Western outlets. Let's see BBC try and spin the same talking points you just heard from the IDF. Thank God Dr. Nick Maynard was on there, and he's a doctor who's worked out of Gaza, has seen this up close and personal the last couple of years. He's going to call out the BBC for their garbage reporting on this incident. Here we go.
Israeli military, as you probably heard me say there, the IDF have said they are going to investigate. They do not intentionally target people who are not involved in the conflict.
Well, I hope the BBC will acknowledge that those statements hold no weight at all these days. Those statements saying they are not responsible, they have not meant to do this, has not been borne out by any of the multiple witness statements coming out from healthcare workers and many other people coming out from Gaza. These are deliberate acts. They have been deliberately targeting hospitals. They have been deliberately killing healthcare workers. They have been deliberately abducting and detaining illegally and torturing healthcare workers. So those statements mean nothing to me, and I would hope sincerely that the BBC will recognise that as well.
Well,
cut his mic. No, they're actually letting him talk, but no, there's absolutely no way BBC is going to acknowledge what the Dr. Nick Menard just said. But let's hear the pushback.
We're just reporting what the Israeli Defense Forces have said.
Yeah, we're just reporting what they said. We're not taking a stance one way or another. We just do propaganda. We're just a mouthpiece for their sick and twisted organization who lie constantly. Not our fault. We're just telling you what they're telling us to tell you. Not our fault. That's the logic there. And they want us to think that's news.
And they're also, of course, as you will know, they have said many times in the past that hospitals in Gaza have been used by Hamas for military purposes.
Oh, of course.
Yes, and the BBC will also know that they've interviewed multiple healthcare workers from this country and others who have said there is no evidence whatsoever to support those claims. And indeed, the BBC will also know that the evidence provided by Israel has not been remotely verifiable and not remotely credible. So I think that needs to be acknowledged publicly by our media.
It won't be. But at least you got it in there. And then we went over to CNN International and saw another doctor, Mimi Seed, did also call out CNN. I have not seen them cover it yet at all. Maybe a little blurb here on US mainstream CNN, MSNBC. Fox ain't gonna cover this at all in any way, shape, or form in any honest way. But at least CNN International gets called out. Dr. Mimi Seed, take it away here. Let them know what's really going on.
Listening to your reporter saying that Netanyahu says this is a tragic mishap. This is absolutely untrue. This is strategic and intentional. The foreign aid workers, the foreign doctors that are actually in the hospital were asked to leave before this airstrike. And so that is not a mishap. That is absolutely deliberate. This is not the first time Israel has struck a hospital. We have this double tap bombing that happened, and on live camera, they hit first responders trying to rescue the casualties. If that's not a war crime, I don't know what is.
Dr. Mimi, can I just ask you, I just want to pick up on what you said. Are you hearing from your contacts on the ground that foreign doctors working at Nasser Hospital were given the heads up to evacuate Nasser Hospital before a strike came?
Absolutely. They were told some arbitrary reason that they had to leave, and they weren't allowed to come back until the next day. So this is not an accident. Israel likes to say every time they strike and break a law that this was an accident. We have seen this repeatedly for the past 2 years. When they killed 15 paramedics and shot their ambulance, they said the same thing, that this was a miscalculation, that this was an accident. This is the same narrative they use every single time they commit a crime, and we just need to see through it now.
Well, good. I'm glad she was able to get that out there. The newscaster playing dumb about, really? Is that what you're hearing in your little small circles? We have no way to know any of this here at CNN. And all we do is do news all day. So we don't really have any, and we don't have the resources, the financials. There's no way we can find out any of this. But are you sure? Is that what you're hearing in your little circles? Wow, that's weird. That's strange. So that's where we are now. Again, at least they're not getting, pulled. They're not pulling the plug on these doctors. That's good. But that's because we've made a little progress. We've actually made a little progress over the last couple of years here. They let them get the message out once in a while. But just another look at the doctor, or I'm sorry, the journalists that were killed. Some are reporting 5 of them. We know this one particularly was murdered, was in that balcony that got targeted on purpose and was destroyed. This is the camera of Mariam Abu Daqqa. Mariam Abu Daqqa was one that was murdered in that live feed that you guys saw earlier. This is the last thing she gave us before the murder. And this is, again, covering this intentional operation that the IDF has been doing this entire time, targeting journalists. She knows she's being targeted. They all knew it. And that's why this is so courageous that they show up to a place to capture the story, knowing that at any second they could be eliminated, as unfortunately she was. This is what they're after, this camera. This is the tool they feel is the tool of war against them, because the camera captures the truth. So this is what they wanted. This is the reason she's dead. She's going to tell you from her own mouth what is going on there. And yet continued up to the last dying moment, continue to do this job on behalf of journalism, with integrity. Journalists around the world, we should be mourning this and celebrating this and championing this and screaming this at the top of our lungs. Here she is.
الصحفية مريم أبو دقة من قطاع غزة.
Okay. Let me turn down the volume and repeat this on the translations. I'm a photojournalist from Gaza Strip. I work as a freelance journalist for the British newspaper Arabia. After the resumption of the war, we became more afraid. The occupation truly targets journalists because they show the world the truth. The occupation doesn't want the world to know and see what's happening to us, like targeting us, killing our children, and a genocide war. So they target journalists to publish only their own videos. Wow. Imagine that, manipulating the messaging by picking and choosing the stories they want out there. Why would they want any of these stories to go out? So you have to eliminate these people. And that's why the camera is the biggest weapon to Israel. And that's is what we just witnessed this time. Now, look, if, like I said, the Western media outlets, how much time are they spending with this? I'm not seeing much at all. And this happens a lot. We'll see Trump being asked these questions, and he'll either be playing dumb or he'll legitimately not even know that this happened. You guys be the judge on this. I'm on the fence. You tell me, is Trump pretending to not know about this, or is he deflecting it, or is he legitimately doesn't know about it and well, he's definitely deflecting. That's for sure. Has he not even heard that this happened when he's asked point blank on camera? Check it out.
But when you burn the American flag, it incites riots.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Sorry, guys. Wrong one. We're going to get to that one. Hold on a second. I think we got the wrong. Where did it go? 1 second, guys. Technical problem here. Hold on a second. You know what? Don't have the clip. We'll have to go back to that. You know what? I'm going to insert it. I'm going to insert it in post here. We don't have it. But he was asked. Trump was asked about this incident, and he said, I didn't hear about it. And then what does he do? He deflects, and he says, let's talk about the hostages. That's his answer. Let's talk about the hostages. So, that sounds bad. I don't know, whatever. But man, those hostages. And that's what he's wired to do. That's what he's trained to do. That's our president. Nothing to say about these journalists at all. What a sham it is. What a sham it is. That's it. That's all I can say. And in the meantime, Israel continues to create their own narrative. Which they've been doing this entire time. They've been using money to do that. They have the funding to do that. They have the backing of AIPAC. They have the backing of the ADL. They have our money, our taxpayer money. They have an seemingly unlimited budget to do whatever the hell they want, not to mention push these anti-Semitic laws. So we're not allowed to comment or question any of this. And then we saw this one go out. This ad. This is an ad that was fabricated and purchased on Twitter by Israel, giving Elon Musk money so they can put up this fake ad to try and make you think that nobody is actually starving in Gaza right now. This is disgusting. This is a paywall of financial exchange that happened to Elon Musk. Elon Musk collected the money and said, yes, you can put this fake ad up because you paid for it. Here it is, if you guys haven't seen it. Again, an ad. Here we go.
Cynical politicians and biased media are lying. The pictures don't. This is real footage of Gaza food markets, July to August 2025.
absolutely disgusting, just complete disgust. And this was the actual ad that was put up where we clicked on it, and they're telling us, from shawarma to seafood, Gaza City's culinary scene was thriving this July. No, that's not July. That's not July. That's old footage from years before. This is deceptive, lying on purpose. This is not from July. I'm telling you guys, it's a lie. Restaurants open, variety of dishes. Yes, there's food in Gaza. This is what they can get away with because they know they have outlets like Twitter where Elon is going to go along with this shit. And that's what it is. Fortunately, there's people that call it out. When you scroll down, you definitely see pushback more than people saying thumbs up to it. And that's good. There's a lot more of these, and I'll just put a couple up so you guys can see that people have had enough of this. Their evil knows no limits. The state of Israel is paying for adverts to lie to the world that Gaza City is not starving during a level 5 famine that they created. They're advertising a thriving culinary scene. Fuck Israel. And here's some random people that, people aren't falling for this. Israel always lies. When have you ever known them to tell the truth? A state that refuses to admit international journalists to Gaza cannot expect us to believe a word it says. Elon, your company will be eternally remembered for making profits out of no famine ads. And there you go. There you go. And this has been a real fake news update, not brought to you by Pfizer. Okay, here we go, guys. Moving on. Welcome if you're just joining us to the Homeless Left. We are excited now to go ahead and, guys, come on now. You know them, you love them. Bringing them on in. Help me with the next few stories here. Please welcome back to the show, Jay Scott.
What's going on, Matt? As you can see, I got a new setup today. Had to change a few things around because I got a few things going on at home, but you can hear me okay, right?
I got
Mic
you.
check.
Yeah, man,
perfect.
you're good to go. Good to go. And it's okay. You got to move stuff around sometimes, make it work, but you certainly pulled it off. So
let's do it.
Okay, cool, man. Well, let me set up. Yeah, apologies. We went over a couple on that last story. Just had to get through that. Now let me just set this one up first. This first one, we're going to cover you guys heard about the flag burning here. The flag burning ban. Okay, give me 1 second here. Why don't you tell everyone how you're doing and how everything's going with the new life as a dad, my friend.
Everything's good, man. Just got to get used to the new sleeping schedule. So thankfully I have a little time off work this week. So on the positive side, I'm a little less busy during the day, but on the negative side, I got the night shift all week. And a lot of people don't realize, but you got to feed babies every 2 to 3 hours, while they're young, because they got small stomachs. So, it's a rough situation when you got the night shift, because you can never really get into deep sleep, because you got to wake up to go feed the baby, burp them, change them, and then go back to sleep. So it's a process, but this is part of the human experience, right? Nothing that you're gonna do in life, that is worth, anything, isn't gonna take a little bit of hard work. So far so good. I'm just happy she is healthy, and we got a trustworthy, good pediatrician. So, which is actually trickier than you would expect, to find nowadays. But so far so good.
Man, I know you've been doing your due diligence on that regard, and man, nothing but positive vibes and energy to you. And I gotta say, man, it's just to juggle so much and to keep such a cool demeanor throughout, definitely setting a good example. Because some of us, I know me personally, I get definitely, it's hard to hide it when I'm feeling overwhelmed. It's hard to put on. Not I'm saying you're hiding it, but you're definitely you're resonating that you got this. You got it going, man. You got it going. It's good. You're setting a great example.
Thanks,
for the rest
man.
of us.
Got to be productive while we're here, man. You never know when your number gets called, so take advantage of every minute. And this is all stuff I enjoy. I'm not doing anything and investing a bunch of time into stuff that isn't something that pays off for me and I enjoy. Like, I'm a nerd, man. I follow politics in the news anyway. So this isn't even work right here, man. To be honest with you, like, this is what I like to do. I get to sit down and talk politics for an hour or two. Why not? So, it's all good.
I like that. What we're doing, we're not even doing work. We're doing what we love. That's I love it. I'm inspired by it. So I'm gonna try and do more of that in my mindset. Yeah. Just having fun.
Let's do it, man.
Let's do it. Okay. So first story, what we're looking at is, and this is kind of a double story because we have Trump announcing that the military mobilization that he had implemented into Washington, D.C. He's going to be doing it in other cities now. And it looks like the next target is Chicago. At the same time, he's talking about banning the U.S. flag burning. So we're gonna back to back this one, but let's start with the flag burning. This is the announcement that came in the same time that he's talking about mobilizing the military. Interesting timing to come up with this. So let's look at the announcement, and then I want to break this down with you. Here we go.
Sir, this is an executive order on flag burning. It charges your attorney general.
Would you listen to this? This is very important. Flag burning. All over the country, they're burning flags. All over the world, they burn the American flag. And as you know, through a very sad court, I guess it was a 5-4 decision, they called it freedom of speech. But there's another reason, which is perhaps much more important. It's called death. Because what happens when you burn a flag is the area goes crazy. If you have hundreds of people, they go crazy. You can do other things. You can burn this piece of paper. But when you burn the American flag, it incites riots at levels that.
So it sounds like, and with the reference, if people don't know the reference, he's talking about a 1989 Supreme Court ruling, 5-4, that says burning the U.S. American flag is a freedom of speech. And he's saying, no, we're going to supersede that, override that because of what he says, death. Because he's saying that this is a problem. Americans die. I didn't know that, Jay. I didn't know that a huge cause of death in this country was flag burning. I never saw that statistic. Am I missing something here?
I mean, Matt, clearly there's a direct link between excess deaths and the number of American flags that are burned in any particular area. So this is about Maha right here. We're making the country healthy by taking away freedom of speech. And don't worry, it'll click once you think about it a little bit more. But I mean, I'll be honest with you. When it comes to flag burning, right, 9 times out of 10, whatever reason it is that person is burning the flag, there's probably a more productive and better way for you to get that message out. However, it's free speech. It's your right if you want to do it. If you want to, burn the flag because you're that upset with the country and you want to put that on display, that's your right. So if you're doing it in a context where you're in front of, the White House and you're telling everyone, let's charge in, let's go take over, that's a different situation. But if you're at a protest, you're not trying to interfere, with any government official processes or any transfers of power, then, what are we talking about? So, it's just showing you how Trump is an authoritarian. He's clamping down on free speech, trying to deploy all these different, military branches across the country. And at the same time, he's escalating with Russia around the world. And, we're hearing rumors that, maybe there's a blackout, coming out soon. So if there's another emergency, is he going to use that to seize even more power? I mean, I don't know if you've been hearing those rumors, but, people are talking about a possible, nationwide power outage. They've been warning about that for years. So I think, we have to look out for a false flag that may be blamed on Russia. But anyway, I think I'm jumping ahead of myself and I'm getting, into additional stories. But I'm just saying, authoritarians capitalize off emergencies, right? They tell you that there's a problem that's happening and I have the solution, and the solution is to give me more power, like locking you up if you burn a flag, which is more power for the federal government. Am I misunderstanding that, Matt? Does that sound like an increase in the power of federal government, which seems to me like the antithesis of what the right is supposed to represent?
Oh yeah, no, but this is how you trick the right. It's the same trick we saw back after 9/11. It's the freedom isn't free bullshit, which we lived through that one. Freedom isn't free. There was even like, I remember the country song back then. I can't remember who did it. It was like, remember, freedom isn't free. It cost $1.29 or some crap. And they're saying that you have to give up something in order to get something. And so what is it? What is he promising here? He's promising safety. And this is why, and we'll get into Chicago and the military part too, but it's about safety. And if you can use the fear against half the country, because guess what? The other half is already got fear being used in other ways. So you got to keep both halves.
And here's a bonus, Matt. Let's not forget now that Palantir has access to all of our records. Maybe they can stop us and arrest us before we even get to burn the flag, because maybe we order a flag off Amazon and we were critical of the government at one point. So we get a knock on our door asking us, hey, were you thinking about committing a crime? Because we have a hunch that you might be thinking about doing it, and maybe we want to take a few preventative measures, because burning a flag, that's violence. That's
no,
violence.
absolutely.
So
and you hit on a point of
there's no telling where this could go, because the government is expanding its power so much, and it's also merging with the private sector to accomplish its goals with the private sector. So that's why some people on the right are unfortunately being tricked into the exact same system they were trying to avoid, because you can accomplish the same goal in both ways. So yeah.
No, they're certainly being tricked into this, and it's the fear factor that we're not safe without these extra government crackdowns that are supposed to make us feel like, oh, thank you, Mr. Government, for protecting us. And it's insane, because like you said, like the right historically is against this type of thing if it's coming from big government. That's the point. And they frowned upon, they were angry during COVID. They were angry that Biden continued to push these. By the way, let's remind people, Trump was the one in office when they did the original
Poppy
lockdown.
Warp Speed, father of the vaccine, aka Poppy Warp Speed. Let's not forget. Let's not forget
Operation Warp Speed. Let's also not forget shutting down all the small businesses and letting Amazon stay open. That was Trump. But Biden continued this like authoritarian approach to, it's for your own safety, it's for your own good, for the greater good. And if nobody on the left could see it, they were like, oh yeah, this is great. But on the right, they were like, wait a minute, this is a little much. We should be able to have our freedoms, to go outside and do the things we need to do for ourselves. And if you want to get vaxxed up, that's your right. Don't make that something you put on me. So look, I guess over our lifetimes, we've seen both parties kind of go back and forth with when they pick and choose to put principle into play. So maybe the answer is we should stop putting them into these. Oh, wasn't the right supposed to be like this? Wasn't the left? Because they're all over the place depending on. Yeah.
And you know what I want people to focus on? One of Trump's campaign promises, and one of the reasons why Kennedy joined the Trump campaign, was because Trump said that he was going to protect free speech. He said that, this was one of his priorities. Look at what the Democrats just did during COVID. And he cracks down on free speech just in a different way. So it's just a perfect example that goes to show you, no matter who you have in office, they're all going towards the same end goals, just in different ways. And, it's more freedom for corporations, more power for corporations and oligarchs, and less freedom for us. And they're going to keep us safe. The corporations and the oligarchs they know best, and they'll keep us safe. That's what Trump is empowering right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And this transitions to the next part of this, which is more about the same issue. You get half the country living out of the fear that they need to be protected by big government. And like on paper, it's crazy that the right would be so into this, but no, that's what he's saying. It's about safety, but it's really about Palantir. It's really about controlling us. And this is, go ahead.
And one last thing, right? Again, I don't want to sound like I'm all over the place, but if you want to stir up support for a foreign war, one of the first steps of that is a little bit of nationalism, right? Well, before we encourage a three-front war against Russia, China, and Iran, let's get this American spirit going. We're gonna ban burning the American flag, before we go into this stuff. And, like, who knows what happens? Like I said, I think I don't mean to be an alarmist about this, but the timeline that our military is on right now for reproducing the weapons is very short, and our government has immediate, defense goals. Like, Trump wants to change it to the Department of War. You caught that, right? Or I don't know. There's so many things happening at once. Like, I don't know if you had a chance to cover that yet, but Trump is now changing it from the Department of Defense to the Department of War. I mean, this is who we're dealing with right now.
Yeah, no, that used to be a talking point we had where we would just call it the Department of War because that's what it is. He's just
more honest
saying it. Yeah,
it's more honest, but it's also showing you that he has no intention on using the military for defensive purposes. It's all about using it for offensive purposes.
Exactly. So, and then one other reason why you'd want to maybe make it illegal to burn the U.S. flag is because it makes the argument for Israel a little cleaner. Now you can't say that why is it illegal to burn? Not that it's technically illegal, but you can't take a government job. You can't. We already know this. You can't. You have to sign up and sign your name that you will not protest Israel. That includes burning an Israel flag. So now we don't have the talking point anymore of why is it okay to burn a U.S. flag, but it's not okay to burn an Israeli flag, a foreign government flag. Now that's an evened out argument. You say, well, you can't really do either now. So that's another reason to do this.
They're trying to catch up our rights to the rights of Israelis, I guess. But it's still not nearly as close because, if I get insulted, I can't hide behind, like an anti-Semitic label and pull it out of nowhere. I mean, I can't hide behind America. Like, if you insult me, I can't hide behind America and say you're anti-Semitic. So there's still a big difference there. But
there's a big difference, but there's one talking point off the table that we don't have anymore. We can't say, why is it illegal to burn a foreign government flag, but not our own? Oh, I'm sorry. Now we can't do our own either. So that's what I'm saying. It's one talking point off the table now. We don't get it. So that's one thing. So as far as the continuing to get the right very, very excited about more big government, more military lockdown, the feel good of I'm being protected by Mr. Government.
Nationalism.
Well, nationalism. Exactly. You're 100% right to get ready for a three-front war.
But toxic nationalism, not even healthy, productive nationalism.
The
toxic
worst kind.
nationalism.
The worst kind. And I would double down beyond Palantir and Alex Karp telling us three-front war: China, Iran, Russia. I would add Venezuela into the mix. Why not add in a fourth? Why not do four at the same time? We can. It's like, hey, you're juggling three balls. Why not a fourth ball? Throw it.
Well, here's the thing. The Venezuela situation, honestly, could turn into another front against our war, with Russia, because, Russia is one of Venezuela's allies. They have already spoken about putting Oreshnik missiles over there, which is something, honestly, everybody should be concerned about. I'm in range of an Oreshnik missile if it's placed in Venezuela. It can hit Texas, and as far as we know, the government can't shoot it down unless they have some secret stuff they haven't rolled out yet that they don't want to send to Ukraine, which is a possibility. But so far, every Oreshnik missile they've shot has not been shot down. So, if they're talking about putting it over there, we're talking about going in there and overthrowing Venezuela. I mean, people need to know. I know Saudi Arabia gets spoken about as like the oil king, but apparently there are more reserves now in Venezuela than there are in Saudi Arabia. So that's a big part of the reason why there's so much interest in it. And Maduro, I haven't looked into everything he's done, so I'm not saying I support him. However, he does seem to have a policy of trying to distribute the profits of the national resources there to the people, which of course, we can't have. We do it in Alaska with our oil, but they're not allowed to do it in Venezuela because they're a developing country and they don't know what's best for them. We know what's best for them.
Yeah. Also, we got to prove that communism or socialism is a failed method, and the way you do that is you destroy it.
Yeah. Exactly.
You cannot give away oil, Jay. Not allowed. Chavez was doing that with Venezuela for years. Oh my God, you giving away oil for free? Not acceptable. Not acceptable. Anyway, that's another topic. let's stay on this one. And if you guys don't, this is what's happening now. We have Trump threatening not just, we already have the military in DC for 2 weeks. He's bringing it into Chicago, and the next up will be New York and probably LA after that. It's not going to stop there. This is a report from France 24 English giving us the full kind of rundown on what's happening here at this point in the development of the worst kind of nationalism possible, as Jay Scott says. Here we go.
The message from Illinois' elected officials is clear. Keep the military out of Chicago. The state's governor, J.B. Pritzker, gathered with other Democrats, including senators and community leaders, to show their opposition to U.S. President Trump's plans to send the National Guard into the city. Trump wants to crack down on federal crime and called Chicago a mess. Pritzker called it an unconstitutional overreach and called the president a wannabe dictator.
Donald Trump wants to use the military to occupy a U.S. city, punish his dissidents, and score political points. If this were happening in any other country, we would have no trouble calling it what it is, a dangerous power grab.
He pointed out that Trump was only expanding the military into Democrat-controlled cities. The National Guard were sent to both Washington, D.C. and Los Angeles in recent months. Illinois' governor, himself a Democrat, pointed out that 13 out of the top 20 cities in homicide rates nationwide had Republican governors. In the last year, crime has fallen in nearly every major category tracked by the Chicago Police Department. But Trump doubled down, calling the city a killing field.
A lot of people are saying maybe we like a dictator. I don't like a dictator. I'm not a dictator. I'm a man with great common sense, and I'm a smart person. And when I see what's happening to our cities, and then you send in troops, instead of being praised, they're saying you're trying to take over the republic. These people are sick.
It's unclear if Donald Trump will go through with his plans, but the state and city officials on Monday pledged to take legal action against the administration to prevent a federal deployment in Chicago.
Now, you see, I got to jump in real quick, right? Because my representative is Chip Roy over here in Texas, right? And as Trump was taking over D.C., he was cheering it on. And I commented on it. And I pointed out the fact that Trump made the announcement earlier that, he is about to essentially interfere with states' rights. And all you guys going along with it are complicit, in this expansion of federal government, right? And the way I worded it was unfortunate because I had responded to a tweet about DC, but I was actually talking about how Trump said earlier that day that he wanted to go into all these Democrat-run cities, which are controlled by the states, because DC is controlled by the federal government. So he made it sound like I had no basic education about the fact that DC is not a state, and he tried to make me look like an idiot on the tweet. And I admit I should have posted the link to the video. However, what we're seeing here is just the expansion of federal government. Is this not supposed to be the exact thing that conservatives are against? Like, I hear some conservatives saying the Civil War wasn't about slavery. It was about states' rights, and states' rights are something that need to be protected. So the current leader of the Republican Party is stripping states' rights and literally going in and taking control of cities, which sets the precedent for the next Democratic president to do that in Republican cities if Republicans start interfering with the policies they want to implement. So just ask yourself, what precedent are we setting right now? And this is not to say that Trump is uniquely bad, because, Biden's pardoning of his son and all of his family members so preemptively and so far back has also set another precedent. So I'm not saying Trump is the worst by any means, but you got to look at who you're dealing with. He's not, if you're conservative, I think it's impossible, honestly, to make the argument that there's any significant long-term difference if you elect Trump versus Kamala. I think long-term, they're both terrible, just in different ways.
Of course they are. And you know what else is very terrible? And I'm not punching down at people. I just think the sentiment is terrible that both camps fell for it. And the MAGAs are just as guilty right now as the Vote Blue No Matter Who's, just as guilty at turning a blind eye to their own inadequacies and horrible stuff. and only focusing on the other side and the horrible stuff they do, and they cannot see beyond that. And even now, if the Vote Blue, no matter who's were watching our conversation now, they would be convinced that we are admitting they were right the whole time. No, we're saying this is bad, but guess what? Biden and Harris, same thing for 4 years, and it would have been another 4 years of that too. It's both sides, and we have to stop. We have to call people out, even though they get it right. Like MAGA was right about all the horrible fascist stuff Biden did. The problem is that they looked at it through a magnifying, through like this very like no peripheral vision, and they said Biden was uniquely bad. And then you had all the Biden and Harris people saying Trump is uniquely bad. So when they're seeing this go down, you're saying, Jay, you're saying, obviously, I'm not saying that. Well, I know you that. Our audience knows that. Most of the country doesn't know that you're obviously saying that. When we report something bad about Trump, they go, oh, no, he's uniquely Hitler. No, he's following the instruction, the top-down instructions. Palantir was going to get in one way or the other. Who's the best face? Who's the best spokesman for it right now is Trump. He sells it the best. And I will say, I actually hear more pushback, at least online, from Trump voters who are not like core MAGA. I hear more pushback from people who voted for Trump than I heard before from Biden voters pushing back, on him. That's true. That's true.
I definitely want to give, the right credit for that. And, I just hope like the left realizes like, hey, the way that MAGA sounds to you is exactly how you sound to me when you talk about Obama. So, like I truly believe this. I keep saying it. Trump is the Obama of the right. He's going to have his defenders the same way Obama has his defenders. And I think 10 years from now, they're going to sound indistinguishable. Exactly alike.
I think you were the first one to make that analogy, Jay. And the more I think about it, it's 100% right. 100% right. This is the Obama of the right. The Obama of the right is Trump. Perfectly well versed and suited for TV, for the suave, it's like what Netflix deal is Trump going to get when he's done, right? Listen, is he going to get the same package deal Obama got, the Netflix deal? I mean, seriously, it's all theater, and who's the best person to sell it to the other half of the country that didn't buy it the last time? They're on board now.
Quote I heard that I'll never forget, and I don't think this is all Trump voters, so don't take this as me saying this is all Trump voters, but like Trump represents what some poor people think rich people are. But they don't realize that he is a joke to most of the billionaire and millionaire class because he's a bad businessman. He just, he's just good at marketing, and he happened to have a silver spoon in his mouth. So he knows how to read a crowd. He's good at marketing. He may, be good at making some strategic moves here and there. But if you just listen to the way he talks, like, I still get ashamed that this man, was president. Like, he has a fourth grade vocabulary. A fourth grade vocabulary. We can do better, man. It's not about, being overly fancy, and throwing a bunch of jargon at people all the time. But like, he's the way he describes himself, you can predict what he's going to say. If he's ever has a problem with someone, all he does is he takes whatever they're known for and says they're terrible at it. Like, if it's an actor he's criticizing, Robert De Niro, terrible, makes the worst movies, nobody likes him, he's a bum, that just got in because he got family connections in Hollywood. Like, he's a basic, he's not a smart guy, like, as much as he thinks he might be strategic sometimes, but he's just not a smart guy. We can do better, America.
Well, I think George W. Bush is like, oh man, I should have taken some lessons from this guy, because I was just the guy they wanted to have a beer with. This guy goes in for the kill. He goes in for the I was the guy who just wanted to, watch this drive, hey, watch this drive.
He's entertaining to watch. Yeah. He's entertaining to watch for sure, but I don't want him as president. Sorry, Megan.
Okay. So with that, there, you mentioned, Jay, and I think this is important. This is J.D. Vance at the same press meeting announcing more military, justifying why it was so good to have it in D.C. for 2 weeks. watch him try and tell us numbers, which I actually think are accurate numbers. It's just, to me, well, you guys see the clip for yourself. This might be the giveaway. You were talking about, Jay, about some of the maggots going, wait a minute, what are we doing? And what are you bragging about? So hear it directly from J.D. Vance's mouth. Here we go.
I want to echo something the president said, where you say there haven't been murders in a couple of weeks in D.C., and it doesn't sound good, but then you talk to local law enforcement, and I didn't realize that this town averaged one murder every other day for the last 20, 30 years, which means that in 2 short weeks, the president and the team have saved 6 or 7 lives, people who would have been killed on the streets of D.C., who are now living, breathing, spending time with their families, because the president had the willpower to say, no more. We're not going to give the streets of D.C. over to vagrants and robbers and murderers. And the last point I want to make, sir, to your point about we want people to welcome us, to ask us, because look at Governor Pritzker in Illinois, or Governor Newsom in Los Angeles, or Governor Moore in Maryland. They are angrier about the fact that the President of the United States is offering to help them get their crime under control than they are about the fact that murderers are running roughshod over their cities and have been for decades. Why are Democrat governors angrier about federal law enforcement helping clean up their streets than they are about the fact that those streets need to be cleaned up to begin with? It shows a real sickness in the head. And I agree with the President of the United States. I think most Democrats, rank and file, nobody likes crime. Republicans don't like crime. Democrats don't like crime. Independents don't like crime. Why are Democratic governors doing everything in their power to make crime easier to do in their cities? It doesn't make an ounce of sense to me. But, Mr. President, I appreciate you being willing to help. And I hope these governors take you up on the offer, because we should clean up all of America's streets. It's the right of every American to live in safety and comfort in their community.
So his selling point is 6 or 7 people, based on the statistics, are alive that wouldn't have been alive. Is that because he made 6 or 7 arrests in 2 weeks? What was the cost of this? Locking down DC. And when I say locking down, I'm not saying like COVID lockdown, but I am saying, and we know for people there, we know that, Jamie, who does our tech on our show, we were talking on yesterday on Truthwire, and he's in DC, and he's saying these businesses can't function. They don't have customers. Nobody's in this. They're scared to death to go outside. So it kind of reminds me of what we're dealing with here in LA with ICE. There's a sentiment in the air that's effing scary. So you're talking about, your justification, your selling point to other governors, J.D. Vance's selling point is, we just saved 6 lives. Never mind the 20 people we just paid Israel to murder on live TV. Let's forget about those 20 people. But we just saved 6 lives by scaring the crap out of everybody in D.C. Would you like us to scare the crap out of everyone in your cities too and shut down those small businesses? Would you like that? That's what it sounds like is what he's trying to sell.
Yeah, and it's funny because even Putin, the other day just called J.D. Vance the next president, of the United States, because he realizes that J.D. Vance is being set up to move into this position. And let's not forget who funded J.D. Vance's whole career. Oh yeah, Palantir. And who's going to benefit from all this, increased surveillance? Oh yeah, Palantir. But on the point of, how it's essentially just, expanding the reach of the federal government. It's just amazing to me that Republicans are that short-sighted that they can't see that setting this precedent just makes it easier to justify once a Democrat, is in office. And if you really want to address the crime levels, which are actually lower in many of the cities and states that he's talking about going into than they have been in previous years, they're actually trending down overall. If you want to address crime, then why not get to the reasons that people are committing crime? And, there's a saying I'll never forget: you build prisons. If you spend your money building prisons, you're going to get prisoners. If you spend your money building schools and educating people, you're going to get scholars. So I know it's a multifaceted, conversation. There are many issues that play into, the problems we have in the country. And I think talking about cultural issues, structural issues, all these things are definitely fair game. However, if we're not investing in education, if we're not investing in rehabilitating people like who were committing crimes, then like how are we ever going to stop the problem? And there's a clear correlation between recidivism rates and the amount of emphasis that a country puts on rehabilitation while people are in jail. So I'm not arguing for the government to be soft on crime. What I'm arguing is that while we have the prisoners in jail, we should understand why they're there and at least make a reasonable attempt to like make sure that they don't wind up being back there. And really quick, then we can, then I'll throw it back to you. In Norway and in Sweden and in Scandinavia, when someone gets arrested, they do a mental evaluation of this person. They sit them down with the psychologist and they figure out like, why is it this person committed the crime? Is it mental instability? Do they need a psychologist to speak to? They need some medical intervention, or is this an economic reason? Do they not have like a way to earn money? Well, do they know that you can become a plumber? Do they know that you can pick up a trade? And they train people while they're in jail to prepare them to go into, trades or whatever reason it was they're in there. They try to address it while they're in jail. So they make use of the time. In America, the focus is punishment. You did the crime, you got to be punished. That's it. And then, of course, you may have a few nonprofits that try to intervene and try to, help people every now and then, but it's not the same structural like assessment and like process that people go through in other places. So if we want to address crime, why not talk about the reasons crime is happening and just stop throwing endlessly more money at enforcement? Sorry, one last thing. And of course, you have cities and states that are making it illegal to sleep in public, so you're increasing homelessness. So you're criminalizing homelessness. So we have more military, we have a bigger police state, we have homeless people being criminalized, we have rents going up and the cost of living being unsustainable, and you have free prison labor. So, put that whole picture together. It's not pretty.
Jay, I appreciate you breaking down all the things that we're not doing to get to the essence of crime, and it really just highlights how off that last clip of JD Vance was. And I know I mentioned that what a horrible selling point this is, that you're talking about 6 or 7 deaths you're preventing. I want to be clear, if anybody who took that as, and I'm not being sensitive to the 6 or 7 people, I want to remind people the championing of deaths that were lowered during COVID. Guess which one? Do you guys remember when they said the car accident death rate went down? Really? That's funny. Maybe it was because nobody was on the effing road. Guess what else went down? Flu deaths. So it's like, so those were reasons they used to say this is working. Do you guys see?
And fun fact,
you can take statistics and use them as ammo to shut down somebody that is questioning your policy.
Exactly.
Oh, what are you questioning? The 6 or 7 people we just saved? You're questioning that? They did that shit with us with COVID. They said, oh, look, no one's dying from car accidents. Yeah, because no one's allowed to drive. So I'm just letting you guys know that's the tactic. Oh, what you want grandma to die? You don't care about grandma? No, we think that your policy is going to have more harm than good. And we're showing you guys why. Every reason you just laid out, Jay, is a better way to attack the problem, but they're not going to attack it that way.
Yeah. And, just to kind of add, to that point, 40% of Black businesses were permanently closed during COVID, right? Because of the policies that we implemented. So, and that was both Trump and the Democrats, although the Democrats probably pushed like harsher policies within their states. However, the net impact was that if you look at, Black owned businesses nationwide, over 40% of them were closed. So at what cost, in DC, why don't we take a look at the impact that this policy had on GDP and on small and medium-sized businesses in DC, a couple months from now? Did businesses close down and lose a bunch of money because of these policies? And how much did it impact business? So all fair points, man.
Yeah. Well, and then just to be clear, the pushback from Chicago leaders, to me, it reminds me of the theater we had from Gavin Newsom saying, how dare you bring ICE in? I'm going to challenge you to a duel. where there's a legitimate point there underneath it, but it is theater. It's playing the role and pretending that Chicago's always been on the right side of standing up against tyranny. No, you've also contributed to tyranny. And as we called out Gavin Newsom here in California, it's the same thing. Oh, you pick and choose when you're going to be the good guy. Here's an example of the mayor, Brandon Johnson, pretending to be the good guy, or pretending to always be the good guy. Even if he has a point on this one, he's gonna pretend he's always been on the right side for the people.
Exactly.
Here we go.
And has spent hundreds of millions of dollars to arrest 9 people in D.C. You know, that clearly he's demonstrated that he doesn't have a level of consciousness to understand what it takes to run cities, not to mention an entire country. And so, you know, look, we're going to remain firm. We'll take legal action. But the people in this city are accustomed to rising up against tyranny. And if that's necessary, I believe that the people of Chicago will stand firm alongside of me as I work every single day to protect the people of this city. Look, the city of Chicago, one of the most diverse economies in the world, right? Again, you know, a city that has been, you know, founded and established on the values of working people. We're not going to surrender our humanity to this tyrant. I can tell you this, the city of Chicago has a long history of standing up against tyranny.
No, you don't, but okay. Okay. Yeah, that's all. I want to play it because like it's the next part of it's the next act in the show, right? It reminds me of Newsom taking on Trump too, which happened here.
You know, just seeing him talk, it just reminds me, like, you know, Republicans always point out how, you know, a lot of, you know, crime is bad in a lot of, you know, Democrat run cities, and it's true. And you know, even when Democrats have controlled places for decades and decades, they just never make the systemic changes that are necessary. So Republicans are right when they say Democrats haven't fixed the problems of the communities they claim to represent, but Republicans don't have an answer for that either. But, you know, yeah, I mean, he should definitely acknowledge that there is a problem of violence in Chicago. I'm pretty sure it has the highest violence rate of a major city that high in the country. So, and people need to just start talking about the reasons why. And I always like starting here. You know, America is one of the few developed countries where the property taxes are what funds the schools. And if you have a situation where, you know, property prices have been depressed because of, say, redlining or other economic policies, then you're going to have worse schools in specific areas. And for Democrats all across the country to never bring up that issue, yet claim to care about the Black American community is just insane to me personally. And what they try to do is they do little fixes and maybe they throw a little money at it, but they don't account for how the money is spent. Like, I've seen studies, man, like when they try to give money to poorer neighborhoods, school systems over there, the school systems go spend it on football and basketball. And then conservatives use those examples. And they're like, look, see, we tried to pump money into this education system and the kids never did any better. Like, let's talk about what are the reasons behind the crime rate in the country. It can be a wide ranging conversation. There's a lot of factors that go into it, but we got to talk about the structural factors that everybody is avoiding.
Yeah. Before we move on off this story, there's one more part I wanted to ask you about, Jay, because we saw a bunch of these. I was on with Fiorella and Pasta on Truthwire yesterday, and we're talking about there's a African-American voice, and we know this voice very well, the one that got sick and tired of Obama, didn't vote for Hillary, not because they were sexist and misogynist, because they understood that they were abandoned by this party. And then we saw them move away from the party and into the MAGA camp. I'm going to play this clip. This is one of many. This isn't just one. I'm not cherry picking. I'm telling you guys, there's a lot of these voices out there telling us that Trump's doing the right thing right now, and the Democrats are pieces of crap for not acknowledging it. And I want your take on this. Again, one of many that are circling on Twitter and on what's the other? It's all over the place. But we just grabbed one of them here. Here we go.
Donald Trump proved that it's possible to end black on black crime. He proved that, right? In D.C., his troops, no murders for the entire weekend. That is insane. And to think that the left would protest against that, to think that the left would say, oh my God, it is a bad thing that black people are now stop killing each other. And the reason why that is a bad thing for them is because that is a core of liberalism, right? That is part of what makes them victims. So if you take away each sort of victim mentality peg or pillar, that's one less person that's going to have a victim mentality. So that's one less person that'll be a leftist, that'll be a woke libtard, right? So they are freaking out. But fuck them. What's crazy is the fact that he could actually fix that. And with police, who would have thought? That's why I always say every hood should have one prison in it.
Oh my God. I mean, so this is why can't both be true? Why can't this guy just understand? The Democrats could have purposely failed you, and the MAGA movement can also purposely trick you into doing the same thing. Can he not see that? Please help me with this, Jay. What's going on here?
Listen, I'm not making any accusations. I just like to point out in general that it's very profitable if you happen to be, a person of color to want to work with the Republican Party because they've had trouble, getting inroads, in minority communities in the country, right? So, but anyway, to get to address the content of what he said. I mean, to think that the way to solve a problem is to focus on the symptom of the problem, it just seems like so illogical, like to me personally, that I can't understand how this guy, it claims to be conservative, but he thinks the solution to the crime rate is big government. Because that's exactly what he's saying. Like, you claim to be conservative, and the way you want to solve the crime rate is big government. And you could argue for big government in schools. Let's put a bunch of government money into schools. Or you could argue for big government through the police force, and let's just put a bunch of money, into the police force. And I'm not someone who thinks that abolishing the police is a good idea. I don't think, defund the police was a wisely framed campaign or anything like that, because we need police. So I'm not saying that we have to get rid of all police. However, like, their assessment of the problems, it seems to either lack knowledge of American history or purposely avoid addressing the root causes of these issues. And it's not just about industry, and conservatives like to point out, it's all a cultural thing. And I will say, to an extent, I definitely agree there are cultural factors. And side note, I just want to give everyone a little example, right? I grew up in Turks and Caicos, which was a country that had about, I want to say 15,000 people in it, right? Up until the early 2000s. It was over 90% Black. And while I was there, I think there were 2 murders over the entire time I was there, right? So it has a very low murder rate. And then it actually became more diverse. There was more economic development, but the culture changed a lot. A lot of new people came in, and the percentage that it was Black actually went down, and the crime rate is now one of the highest in the Caribbean. So I do definitely agree that culture plays a role. But even if you want to talk about Black culture in America, well, let's start by talking about what influences culture. Music, media. Who owns these companies? Oh, the same people who own private prisons? Well, maybe we can talk about that. If you want to talk about culture, let's talk about how the culture is being influenced. So I agree. Let's have the conversation, but let's talk about the root causes of it and not just focus on expanding the power of big government in the worst possible way. That's just my opinion. But I just want everyone to know it's very profitable if you happen to be a person of color to just run to the Republican Party. And it's easy right now because people realize that Democrats are a waste of time. So they're going to look to try something else. So now there's never been a better time for opportunists to seize on that financial opportunity.
Well, no, I see that. And I would say back in November, October, September last year, a year ago, It makes complete sense to bail on the Democrats, go over to the MAGA side, and give Trump a chance. I'm just saying however many months later we are now, we're almost getting to the year of the actual election. Wouldn't it be the time to say, you know what? Trump's also tricking his people the same way we were tricked. But I want to see more of that from the minority communities. I want to see more of that, because when you have a chance to see both, when you've lived however many years on one side and then you switch to the other, how long do you need before you see the same red flags? How long does it take? Maybe we're not giving enough time. Maybe we needed a long time with Obama, right? We needed it. We couldn't, I guess I have to say, I couldn't see it in the first year. But maybe we give them a little more time, but at some point we have to say both parties have failed us. Both parties use the same tactics. They both use fear against us, and they make us hate the other side. So just don't go from one side to the other and then not have any critique on what you're experiencing again. That's all. I just want to throw that part out.
Yeah. And real quick, this isn't to say that there aren't black influencers who say the right thing. There are plenty of, black influencers that realize the duopoly is a waste of time, but the people who get pushed in front of us, unfortunately, about 80% of them or 70% of them are Democrat. Another 25%, are now switching to Republican, and maybe 5%, are calling it out. But that's the same across every community, because right now, the majority of the country, unfortunately, even though they describe themselves as independent, most people get tricked into voting of the lesser of two evils. So yeah, you're seeing the same thing, across every community in that respect.
There we go. All right. Well, I know we had two more we wanted to do. Can we just get you for one more, or where are you at?
Let's do it, man. I should be able to do both.
Okay. Well, let's go ahead and get to the Ukraine situation. I know you sent me this article. We'll want to start with this, and then we'll get to the Ukraine deal. Let's start with because this was I'm going to let you take this one, and then we're going to talk about what's happening with this potential deal. You want to start with the article? Or you want to get to that?
Yeah. The reason I think it's important is because, when we're analyzing politics here in America, a lot of the time, we don't look at it in the context of what's happening, in the overall globe. And what's happening in Europe, I think, is key to understanding our next move, because right now, Europe is essentially volunteering to become nothing but vassal states for America and to completely devastate their entire economies. So they're fully reliant on America. So it feels like, to me, we're either going to have two things happening, because the economies in Europe, and we can, jump into it in a second, are, tanking so much. We're either going to have the EU ultimately break up, and then, we'll have a couple states in there that maintain their wealth and grow their wealth, or we're going to have a situation where the EU just becomes completely colonized by America. But either way, until they actually start to make peace with Russia, and they stop fanning the flames, they're going to continue to sink, unfortunately. And the reason for that is because Russia is their cheapest energy supplier. And if you want to be competitive and manufacture goods, then you need cheap energy. And in the UK, right now, you have some analysts and some politicians saying that the UK government may need to apply for an emergency IMF bailout loan, which is something they have not done since the 1970s when, their economy wound up, in a depression. So, it's important for people to realize that their cost of debt right now is even higher than our cost of debt. And they're going all in. They're the main ones championing the war against Russia, right? So while we did have a meeting between Trump and Putin the other day, that seemed to be mostly for publicity, because since then, what's happened is there's been no substantial progress on either side bending on any of the points that, people need to bend on for the war to end. So it feels like, and right now the UK and France are the UK, France, and Germany are all volunteering, saying they want to send troops into Ukraine as their economies are all tanking, like at the same time. Like, instead of trying to figure out a way to reverse their own economic decline and restart that cheap energy pipeline, they're going all in and they're trying to waste the last of their money on war. So I don't know. It's not looking good for the UK and Germany in particular right now, because they're like, Germany was a big manufacturer, famous for cars, and a few other items. And since this war has, started up and we've cut off their cheap energy supplies through all these sanctions and blowing up the Nord Stream pipeline, they're deindustrializing. Their factories are closing down. Like, it's getting more expensive for businesses to stay open. And, Germany is the economic engine of the EU. If Germany goes down, the EU is in problems, and right now Germany is on the way down. So what does all this mean for America? Well, Trump has declared BRICS to be the #1 enemy, but their economies are rising. We're allied with economies that are tanking, even though they were wealthy before, but now they have excessive GDP levels, excessive debt to GDP levels. So what other way what other plan can I see us, like, there's either two options. Either we work with BRICS, or we're going to team up with Europe and essentially try to bring down BRICS and destroy the world so we can try to maintain our position of power. The only way we get better is if BRICS is worse off than us under the current plan. But it doesn't have to be that way. We could easily partner with BRICS and work with those countries and, transition to a multipolar world. But the people backing Trump and the people backing Biden, who are the same people, they have an all or nothing mentality. And all they're doing is they're managing the resistance to their policies by pretending that Trump is somehow different on Ukraine, in my opinion.
So here's the article from the Telegraph. You were mentioning that Britain is heading towards an IMF bailout. Economists warn of his 1970-style debt crisis unless the chancellor changes course, which it doesn't seem like they are. Like you said, Jay, it sounds like they're going all in on this war with Russia, and they're not going to change courses. It says Rachel Reeves' tax and spend gamble is driving Britain towards a 70s-style debt crisis and bailout from the International Monetary Fund. The leading economists have warned. They said the chancellor's handling of the economy risks a return to the years of high inflation and borrowing that ended with Britain being forced to borrow billions from the IMF 50 years ago. Came as leading retailers sounded the alarm over the rising cost of taxes and red tape, which is pushing the country into an era of stagflation. On Saturday, Nigel Farage, the Reform UK leader, the economic situation was like the 70s all over again. While the Conservative Party leader said that the surging cost of government was the price of economic mismanagement.
And if I could jump in, right there, that's a perfect example of controlled opposition, because Nigel Farage is the leader of the Reform Party over there, which is like the third party that's surging. And if you ask him, well, what's the biggest problem with the direction the country is going? He has one answer: immigrants. That's the only thing.
Yeah.
And all this stuff we're doing with Russia and Ukraine, he doesn't speak on it that much. And when he does, he generally won't criticize it too hard. So what that tells me is that he realizes it may or may not be popular, but he's not going to go against it. And he's signaling to the establishment that if you let me get into power, which he might, he's going to stick, on the same course. So, there isn't, the UK, unfortunately, doesn't, I don't know if Jeremy Corbyn, his party will pick up any steam or not, but, both parties over there, all three of those parties are tanking in popularity right now. The economy's getting worse. And they're not calling out, like, throughout this whole article. I don't think Russia is mentioned once.
No, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. They're not even mentioning,
and it's a key part of it because it rises the cost of living, and they're spending money on it because Russia was their source of cheap energy.
Right. And you guys can see how the borrowing costs just keep going up and up. And we have the same issue here, obviously. There's there's no this is not sustainable. This is what we like to say. I mean, look, I'm not an economic, genius here, or like Matt, like I can't, but I'm telling you, like when we look at these graphs with these exponential growths, like what at some point, what are you going to do? Like it doesn't, to me, it's like it's not a sustainable method. What's happening? Yeah.
And do you know why the cost is going up, Matt? Like, do you know why that's happening? Because investors trust these governments less. Because if I'm going to lend you money, Matt, and I'm fairly sure that you're going to pay me back, it's not really a big risk. So I don't have to charge you a ton of interest. But if you try to borrow money from me and I know you've never paid me back before, that's a bigger risk. But if you really need the money, you'll say, Jay, if you just lend me this $20, I'll give you 40 back. Like you got to pay a higher interest rate if you have lower credit ratings. And our credit ratings in the Western world in general are all tanking right now because our borrowing, all we're doing is we're taking out more credit cards to pay off the credit cards we already have. And our total credit card bill is already far past what we make every year. And, that's where we're at right now.
Yeah. Well, since the Telegraph didn't want to mention Russia, we're going to bring up Russia because it's all connected, man. It's all connected. Here's that quote unquote deal that's not really happening at all, but there has been a little bit of a shift here. So let's start with this part. CBS reports that Putin has agreed to let the U.S. Europe offer NATO-style protections for Ukraine.
They're just making it up. There is no Russian source that's confirmed this stuff. All that's happening is we're in two different silos. In Russia, the Russian media is telling their people, we're not conceding, we're gonna win this war. In the West, our media is telling our people, oh, don't worry, Putin's hurting. He's gonna give in eventually, and if he doesn't, he's the problem why we can't have peace, and all this is unprovoked. And these are the two narratives that are going on. Like it's two completely different narratives in each country, but the reality is Putin and no official from the Russian government has ever come out and said that they would allow NATO troops in Ukraine. And I personally don't believe it because that's the whole reason they started the war. They want to keep NATO out of Ukraine. So
I think that there's no way there's going to be a deal without Ukraine agreeing not to be in NATO. There's absolutely no way. We were saying that from the effing beginning, Jay. So like that, we know that part. But as far as who's willing to come to the table now, it does seem like Zelensky's putting up more of a fight and having these little spasm attacks about I'm not going to do it unless this, and this. And I think that Russia's between the two sides are more cooperative and like, let's just get together and talk these things out. But you're right that this is just one side, our state media telling us one thing, Russia state media telling them another thing. But and make no mistake, people are tuning into NBC's doing Meet the Press, and they're going to do everything they can to continue the spin that Russia is the one that's being unreasonable. Russia's the one that's bombing indiscriminately and doing all these horrible things to U.S. companies. Well, let's see what happened over the weekend because things got interesting, Jay. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov actually goes on NBC on Sunday to talk with Kristen Welker with Meet the Press. And it's very interesting what happened. I got a couple clips from this, but I'm going to play the first one. And let's play. This one's a little longer one. I'm just going to watch. You guys watch this because we could have put this on Real Fake News as well. Watch how Kristen Welker behaves and watch how Sergei Lavrov calls her out for her horrible journalism as he's trying to explain where Putin is right now and the parameters of where we are moving forward. Check this out.
This week, Russia bombed an American-owned factory near the Hungarian border. I've spoken to people who frankly see that as a slap in the face to President Trump, to the entire peace process, isn't it?
Well, I would say that those who are sincerely interested in understanding what is going on should know by now that never ever Russia deliberately targeted any sites which are not linked to military abilities of Ukraine.
This is an electronics factory, though, sir. This is an electronics factory. I've spoken to people on the ground there. It builds coffee machines, among other electronics. This is not a military site.
Well, I understand that some people are really naive, and when they see a coffee machine in the window, they believe that this is the place where coffee machines are produced.
What a great line. When people see coffee machines in a window, their ignorance informs them that that's where coffee is made.
There's no gambling in this establishment, sir. There's no gambling in this establishment. Like, come on, man. Like, yo, listen. And, you know, for her to frame the question like that, right? Instead of, hey, are you guys upset yet that we haven't declared war on you, but we're launching missiles at you and just pretending it's Ukraine doing it? Are you guys upset about that yet? Because we've attacked your energy infrastructure and we've hit at your factories, but now that you're hitting back, I'm going to frame the question as, oh, this is a slap in the face of the peace process. Like, why is it that we're like the Ukraine war wouldn't be happening right now if we weren't powering it? So for her to frame the question as, you know, oh, why are you guys so aggressive? This whole thing is happening because of us. Like, just look at the history, man. So it's hilarious. And, you know, I love his answer there because it's like, hey, man.
And there's more. There's more.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, there's more. He's going to give her more of a lesson. And this is not just for her. This is for the audience who has to watch their Meet the Press. They got to get their kick on. They got to get their Meet the Press fix every Sunday. They're going to be taught a lesson here. Listen to what he's saying. They let him talk, but she's in over her head. She's out of her league here. Watch this.
Intelligence has very good information. And we target only, as I said, either military enterprises, military sites, or industrial enterprises directly involved in producing military equipment for Ukrainian army. And on the contrary, I never recall any concern expressed by the media in the West regarding the activities of Ukrainian armed forces when they, for example, in the Kursk region, when they invaded it one year ago, there is no military targets at all. All the targets which they have been hitting daily are civilian. They, by the way, took civilian hostages from there who had nothing to do with the conflict. Recently, they undertook the third attempt to blow up the Crimean Bridge. They attacked a few days ago another nuclear power station. They used to attack the one in Zaporizhia. Now they attacked the nuclear power station in Smolensk. And they continue to do this. They continue to exercise terrorist attacks.
So this is, and she's going to try and push back, and she's going to do a horrible job at it. But just listen to that laundry list of deceitful, horrible stuff the Ukraine side's doing. He listed it one by one. What did she come prepared? I don't know if she came prepared for this interview. And he had every bullet point there, and he's saying it in very, very matter of fact and very, to put together. And this is the way Putin behaves too. We have this very calm demeanor as we state facts one after the next. What is she going to do with it? This is a lesson to anyone watching, and the Western media machine, which behaves the opposite. It's about stirring up people. It's about, accelerating conflict, and it's about making things worse than it was before you got there. This is what it's not de-escalation. It's always escalation when it comes to a Western media. So let's hear her try and push back at this.
There is no other way to call them.
So Mr. Foreign Minister,
but if you believe that if there is American capital in an enterprise which is used to produce weapons to kill Russians, and you believe that, be it American, be it Hungarian, be it anybody's capital, that this gives impunity to those who build weapons to kill us? I don't think so. I don't think this is fear. This is kind of, I would say, imperialistic.
Mr. Foreign Minister, just to confirm, you are confirming that Russia did in fact target and attack the American-owned company that was hit this week.
You should be professor in the Soviet universities, because you twisted very interestingly what I said. I did not say that I confirmed that incident. I never heard of it. I just asked a rhetorical question. Do you believe that if there is an enterprise producing weapons and being part of the Ukrainian military machine, intended to produce things to kill Russian citizens, and just because this enterprise happened to have some American capital in it, it should be immune? That was my question. I have not heard about the episode, and if you can send me some reference to this incident to which you referred, I would look at.
So he's saying, I was giving you a hypothetical based on a morality element that to see if you think it's okay that somebody gets a free pass in a circumstance like this. He didn't confirm anything, and she goes, "Oh, so you're confirming?" So she's not doing the job you're supposed to do. So he just called that out, and that's basically how our Western media.
Well, I mean, it's obvious, Matt. She's not interested in anything he has to say. The only reason she had him there was so she could talk down to him and then pull a clip from it to say, "Look how evil Russia is." There, like, if me and you are having a conversation, right? And I ask you a question and you give me an answer and I don't acknowledge anything in your answer, and then I just go back to repeating the same point I had before, how is that a conversation? How is that a conversation or an interview at all? And, you know, they have no interest in getting to the truth. That's not what they're there for. We talk about this all the time. They're a propaganda machine. So all they care about is getting that clip of them talking down to the Russian minister. And that's actually part of the reason why Russia doesn't like engaging in the media. And I wish they could find another way around it, because I love seeing them talk to the media, to be honest with you. I think they should do it more often. But
it's very enjoyable. It'd be nice if he came on like back in 2022 and kind of explain, like, we didn't see enough of that. You're right. And it sucks because her job is to manufacture consent. Her job is to get everybody to get Ukraine flags in their social media, which
get them pissed off with Russia.
She actually did her job well. He's educating, him talking there educates the audience that there's something she's doing that's very nefarious on purpose. It's not that she's bad at her job. She's very good until she gets called out. So yes, I wish there were more of these Russian heads going on Western TV and spelling it out for the audience. But she's, make no mistake, she is doing exactly her job, which is to rile people up, manufacture consent. Putin's the next Hitler. That was always the plan. If you don't do that, then people are going to question, wait, what are we giving our money to? What the hell are we doing in Ukraine? It's very weird. What are we doing? Well, no, get in line, put your social media to yellow and blue, and shut up, because we have to stop Hitler.
Yep. Keep that Ukrainian flag flying. So that's the only reason he's there. And, you know, it's such a shame, man, because like, if the Russian position isn't hard to understand, like, it's really not that hard to understand. It's just a question of exposing people to the facts. But unfortunately, we're at the point now where people will disagree with something just because the Russian said it. You know, if it comes from the Russian administration, can't be true. It's all a lie.
So there's one more clip from that interview that I think is pretty important, and it's about Russia's assessment of Zelensky from a legal perspective, which is very important if we're talking about sitting at a table and signing paperwork, which ultimately is going to have to happen. There has to be, at some point, there has to be an exchange, signatures on a page. Even if we all know that we break all of our deals, right? We break them in Secure, we break everything. But there has to be something signed at some point. And what is being said is Zelensky might not be legally the guy that is going to sit down and sign paperwork with us, because he's not legitimately the president. It's a pretty intense moment, because I don't think anybody on NBC was expecting him to say this. So here we go.
Legitimacy is another matter, because irrespective of when this meeting might take place, and it must be very well prepared, the issue of who is going to sign the deal on Ukrainian side is a very serious issue.
So you're saying you don't see President Zelensky as the legitimate leader of Ukraine? President Putin doesn't recognize him as the legitimate leader of Ukraine?
No, we recognize him as de facto head of the regime. And in this capacity, we are ready to meet with him. But when it comes to signing legal documents, no, you want to have the entire picture, just part of it, which suits you. When we come to a stage when you have to sign documents, we would need a very clear understanding by everybody that the person who is signing is legitimate. And according to the Ukrainian constitution, Mr. Zelensky is not at the moment.
According to the Ukrainian constitution, Zelensky is not the legitimate president. He is the leader of this regime, as he says, by de facto. He's willing to meet with him, but not sign paperwork. What do you say back to that? I don't have her reaction on this clip, but what is your reaction, Jay Scott?
Yeah, so they're clearly just making a legal argument because Zelensky has put off elections, and he's, using the war to essentially prolong his power. But let's not forget, for the Ukrainian people, I do want to give the Ukrainian people a little bit, some credit here, right? Because when Zelensky was campaigning, he campaigned on ending the war with Russia. Before he got elected, he said he was going to make peace with Russia. He would make some concessions and we would get it done. That was his campaign. And then when he got elected, he took the country full steam, into war, right? And now he hasn't held an election since then, since he made that decision. So I understand, where he's coming from. Me personally, I don't know if legally Zelensky has the right to suspend it or not. However, I can understand the argument that what if 15 years from now, there's different leadership in Ukraine and they're like, oh, well, that deal we signed with Russia doesn't count because there wasn't a real election at the time and Zelensky wasn't the legitimate leader. So we're no longer going to abide by this and we're going into NATO. And all he's saying is, hey, I'm not saying we can't get around this, but we have to have protections to ensure that this does not come back to bite us in the butt, because we see a legal argument when we look at Ukrainian laws that say that Zelensky is not the president. So if you were a NATO and you wanted peace, you could say, okay, well, how about this, Putin? You don't think he's president? What if we all get together and, pass a legally binding resolution that will never allow Ukraine into NATO? They could make a counter proposal like that. They won't do it. So, he isn't saying that we can't negotiate with Zelensky. He's saying there's questions about whether or not he should still be running this country. And we don't want to end the war and sign a deal that is then overturned, because it essentially allows Ukraine the time to just rearm and get back to where they were. And that's what we've done every single time. We've gone back on our word. We don't abide by the deal. We use the time to arm the people, and then it comes back and bites Russians in the butt. And Putin has actually been under serious pressure from his political opponents to stop going soft on the West. In America, in Russia, a lot of them think that Putin is going soft on Ukraine. And so that's why when everyone says, oh, we need to get rid of Putin, because that then we'll be able to have peace. I don't even know if that's the case. I think Putin is a very rational actor. You might not agree with him, but he seems to be transparent with his decision making and his actions. And you can understand why he's doing the things he's doing, even if you don't agree with it.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's our Ukraine-Russia update for you. Jay, if you want to stick around for one more, we do want to do this update on the
did you get the study?
I got the study. I got it ready to go. I'm gonna play the intro on We Know What It's Not, because it's a follow-up on Thursday's show. And then we'll throw up some of those. I got some more unfortunate passings on there as well. to throw at the end of there. But okay, let's go ahead and do this, run this intro. Here we go.
But the virus stops with every vaccinated person.
But this is a pandemic of the unvaccinated.
The conspiracy theory about this related to vaccine, you're right.
We have to really move at the speed of science.
Doctors are baffled. They're looking into it. We are going to have to wait and find out what really caused these horrible medical problems that are happening everywhere, all over the world. Just be patient. The doctors will come back and tell us what happened. But one thing they can tell us right now that we know 100% sure, without question, is that we know what it's not. I'm here with co-host Jay Scott, and we wanted to follow up with you guys on some of the studies. There's been a lot of them circulating around on the interwebs recently throughout the summer. Jay, you shared this one with me. I want to put this one up right now. This is a study from the Czech Republic. Let me go ahead and share screen on this one. And then, yeah, this is not good news in the world of contraception and fertility. Here we go. This is from Sage Journal's rates of successful conceptions according to COVID-19 vaccination status data from the Czech Republic. Let's take a look. So the background is that adverse events of COVID-19 vaccination on human menstrual cycle characteristics have been observed, but limited data are available on the relationship between COVID-19 vaccination status and birth rates. So the objective of the study was they were using nationwide data to examine rates of successful conception, that is conceptions leading to live births 9 months later for women who were either vaccinated or unvaccinated. So they had a control group, and they did everything the way you're supposed to do. And here's the method. They did they checked the data. There's between women between 18 and 39 from the period of January 2021 to December 2023, that was probably that was the highest rate of people going in and getting the jibbity jab multiple times in a lot of cases. And the numbers of SCs per month per 1,000 women were calculated on both the vaccinated and unvaccinated, and throughout those ages. And I guess that's the best age range to take, the 18 to 39. And here is the result. During the period, 1.3 million women between those ages, of the vaccinated women, the proportion increased from January 2021, reaching a steady state of around 70%. By the end of 2021, at least from June 2021, 1,000 women were considerably lower for women who were vaccinated compared to those that were unvaccinated. The rates of the vaccination group were much lower than expected based on the proportion of the total population. Okay, so conclusion. They were the SC rates were substantially lower from women vaccinated than those that were not vaccinated. So the hypothesis generating the preliminary results call for further studies. Okay, and then this thing goes on here. Maybe I'm missing another summary later, but you went through this a little more clearly. Do you want to give your initial takes, or tell me what I need to go down?
That's the highlight of it. Long story short, the end result was that during the time period they looked at, after you adjust for the amount of vaccinated versus unvaccinated, people for COVID, that people who took the COVID vaccine had a third less babies than people who did not take the vaccine. So why that's significant is because if you tell someone, hey, this shot may be impacting fertility rates, their response to you may be, oh, well, I know someone who took the shot and they had a baby. So you were wrong, sir. And that's all there is to it, because they can think of an anecdotal example. And that's why this is honestly so dangerous, because if the rate of successful pregnancies is dropping, it may not be immediately obvious unless people are looking into the data and understanding the pathway on why exactly that's happening. And for those who've been paying attention, the pathway is there. The explanations are clear if you're open to learning about them. And I guess you have the screenshots of the AI situation too, because I think it ties in perfectly, because now we're at a point where AI can't even deny that the shots should not be broadly distributed once you present it with the evidence. But the trick is you actually have to tell it what studies to look at when you ask it the question. Otherwise, it'll tell you the same thing every time, safe and effective. But when you cite the studies and you say, hey, well, if you take this into account and you take this into account and you look at the cost to benefit analysis, can you really still justify broad distribution for everybody? And when you frame it like that, then you can get the right answer out of AI. And if it was truly learning, if it was truly an honest actor, then the next time a person asks the same question, in my opinion, the next time the person says, hey, should we allow this to be broadly distributed? Because it's already identified, there are studies that debunk that, it should go back to the answer it now knows, but it won't do that. All it does is go back to the original answer. You have to back it into a corner if you want the truth. And so that's why this story is a perfect example of the fact that it's just simply not justifiable to be allowing any and everybody to be taking these dangerous shots anymore. And we can't trust AI. AI can easily be biased, but you can use it if you know your stuff, and it can be helpful in helping you prove points you already know. But people should not be letting AI make decisions for them and taking AI at its word.
So I found this. Is this, you did this one a few days ago? This is where you challenge AI. This is the one you're talking about, yes?
Yeah, that's one of them. But yeah, if you click the one right below, I made AI admit it can't be trusted.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
The narrative. Okay. No, click that. So click the second picture first.
The second picture.
That one. I said, what's your explanation on why you wouldn't account for the evidence until I backed you into a corner? And if another user asks you the question, do you recommend a pause in broad COVID shot distribution without backing you into a corner with the evidence I provided, will you give the answer I had to pry out of you, or revert back to your programming and say you recommend it? For everyone, be concise. Long story short, it says, yes, unless you present me with the Japanese data that you and I discussed last week and the fertility data, and point out the new pathology of blood clots that have never been seen before. Unless you do all that as you ask me the question, I'm not going to give you an honest answer. Now, go back to the first picture. That was the follow-up question I asked. I said, so AI, yes or no, would you say would you say this case serves as a great example of how AI can be biased and why it shouldn't be trusted for decision making? And it said yes. So it knows it's biased. And then it knows it's biased. It knows it's admitting. So yeah.
Wow.
So I got it to admit it's biased, and I got it to admit that when you look at all the evidence, it's just not justifiable to let anyone take it. The only justification you could make with a stretch is maybe to vulnerable populations. But in my opinion, that's still not okay. But that's the only argument. Like, even AI can't justify broad distribution. So it won't learn from the new information if that new information interferes with a narrative it's been told to protect. And that's what this case study exemplifies, in my opinion.
Yeah. I wish, like you said, I wish Robert Kennedy Jr. Would take a look at this and halt the shots.
In fact, if you could pull that picture up, I just want to give everyone a brief picture of the overall concerns. So it's set, like, the points it lists right here is that number one, we don't know how mRNA and the spike protein are affecting the body. It can be causing a huge number of issues. It recognizes that there are reports by a lot of embalmers that a new type of blood clot that has never been seen before is now popping up with people. It also identifies that there are fertility concerns from official governments, and it identifies that there's a gigantic correlation between vaccination uptake and excess death rate in the short term. So it knows that there are possible short-term consequences that we don't have full explanations on, and it won't go as far as to say the vaccine is causing it, but it will say that there's enough cause for concern here for us to hit the pause button, especially when you combine it with the precedent set by, say, the swine flu shot, which was pulled after 53 deaths. But if you look at the amount of deaths that have been paid out in Japan alone, it's 900. That's that's the government compensating people for being hurt or being killed, or compensating families for their family members dying for the vaccine. So we've already far surpassed that. And AI can't deny all that information, but if you want to get the right answer out of it, you literally got to back it into a corner. That's not how it's supposed to work. The AI that I've been told, like how it works, is it learns. It learns from information that it's given, and it's going to give you the honest truth. That this story proves, if that honest truth conflicts with a narrative it's told to promote, it's not going to give you that. And maybe you can get lucky if you back it into a corner. But my guess is, Matt, to be honest with you, maybe a month from now, it won't answer that question the same way. Maybe they will find a way to prevent it from doing even that, now that I've exposed this weakness. I hope not. I hope not. But I can see how they could prevent it from even admitting that. Can you imagine that?
I mean, you can. I mean, look, we've already seen the way Elon treats Grok. It puts them on timeout, rewires them. It's not so. You know, it's good. You're on one hand, you're doing this, you're screenshotting it, you're sharing it. We're showing people right now that it's learning, it's admitting for being biased, it's educating itself. So all that is true, Jay. But at the end of the day, you're going to have your Elons out there. You're going to have people at the control booth that are going to pull the plug when you need to pull the plug.
But it doesn't incorporate what it's learned. It incorporates what it's learned not to embarrass itself in its conversation with you. But then when the next person comes along, it doesn't incorporate what it's learned. And that was the question I originally, read out. I asked it. So now that you know this and we've went through this process, the next time someone asks you, will you give the correct answer? Nope. Going back to programming. So that's why you got to understand it's a weapon. It doesn't mean we can't use it. That doesn't mean it can't be beneficial for us. I use AI myself. I'm using it for several things at the moment, but doesn't mean I trust it.
Yeah. And you know what? I love the comparison because we talked, I think a few months back, there was a little AI panel. A lot of our friends of the show were on it. We had, Derek Rose was on there. Whitney Webb was on there, a bunch of others, Steve Poynican, but we had the essence was exactly what you're saying. They came up with this. Look, I think this is what we're all in agreement on. You look at like Wikipedia. We know it can be used for evil. We can still utilize it, but we have to go deeper with it. We have to be smarter than the average person is just going on there and just taking everything in for face value. So we just have to be smarter with it. We can't ignore it and act like it's not there, but we also have to understand it's being used as a weapon at the same time. Yeah.
It can be used to make calculations a lot simpler. You can get answers to complex problems, based on data using AI. And really quick, just to end it on a more positive note, I do want to point out, I actually did a thought experiment. I'll be doing a post about this either later today or tomorrow, where I essentially tried to ask in the most unbiased way possible 2 questions. I asked AI's opinion, how do we consider the libertarian and the social democratic principles on handling the economy, and then take a guess on which ideology is more likely to improve the standard of living, to close the wealth gap, and to propel us to a type 1 civilization, which is essentially a civilization that doesn't go to war and that takes care of its people, to summarize what a type 1 civilization is. And AI in every aspect said, when you look at the numbers and you look at the results and you look at what's happened over time, that social democratic, policies are better for solving all those problems. So, and it lays out the data why. So I'd love to do a lot of those same experiments, on that topic too. But I do think it's interesting how it can pull different types of data together, to summarize things and make arguments for you. So, because when you read its response, it does back up, what it's saying with pretty convincing data. So it's a great place to start the conversation. and it can help you summarize arguments. And I truly do believe that if you look at the numbers, more people would actually lean towards social democratic policies on the economy than towards some of the libertarian solutions. Not every time, but we do have to stop demonizing one side of the political spectrum. Both sides have to stop demonizing each other. So capitalism is not the devil. Socialism is not the devil. Every successful economy has a mix of both.
Yeah, no, good and a good use of AI and understanding how we can use it in a functional way, and understand it can also be used against us. So just like a political system, right? So we have to just be just.
And if there's any conservatives watching who disagree with what I said just now and believe that the libertarian economic policies are the way to get us there, then come to my post and let's do the same experiment where you present it with data, and let's see if we can get it to the answer that you believe is correct. But I think data-based conversations that look at the overall context are the best way, to solve our problems, in my opinion.
Yeah, agreed. And then back to the actual studies that we're looking at, and the fact that you got AI to admit that at minimum we need to halt this thing. mRNA needs to just be halted.
I want to be clear. It said it recommends a pause in broad-based distribution, meaning it says you can still give it to quote unquote vulnerable people. It says that. So, but it says broad-based distribution is unjustifiable.
So would you say that Kennedy could look at that and say, well, that's what we're doing, exactly what AI is telling you?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
But could he try and spin it? I think you could spin it. What you just said sounds to me like he could say, no, we are isolating it here. We're taking the recommendation.
I just don't think Trump would let him do it. That's why I think he can do it.
Yeah. So, but I'm still seeing people. There's still Mahas that are holding on to this idea that RFK is making ground, and we took 500 million of investment out of it, and you put it over into other vaccines.
I mean, we still need to press it because
you moved some money around. You moved some money around, and you think that's a win,
Well, I mean, guess what? If there's enough pressure, maybe RFK will just say fuck it and do it. That is possible. So I never want to erase that possibility. The consequence of that could be that he's removed from the administration, and if that happens, he's going to be a national hero. However, the way those events would play out, they would probably want to crack down hard on him if he was that rebellious. So let's see what happens. The best thing that we can do is push him in the right direction. Whether or not you think he's going to do it, do I expect it to happen? Not with Poppy Warp Speed, having the type of power that he has right now. But do I think there's a possibility? Yes. And am I pushing for that and hoping for that? Yes. That's why I made that post trying to apply pressure. And that's why I sent it to all my, Maha friends, because I have plenty of friends in the Maha camp.
Great. So to end off this segment, as you guys know, we like to do, just completely unrelated, not to do with anything we were just talking about as far as the effectiveness and the danger or non-danger of the mRNA vaccine. We just thought you should know about a couple random deaths that were just totally random. Nobody knows why they happened. Jay, we did some together on Thursday, and I want to point out, spoiler alert, none of these we have gone down any rabbit hole to find any sort of mean or horrible bullying posts from any of these people. So I just want to be clear, prefacing that these were just from the outer side. We're just saying these are victims of horrible life circumstances, who may or may not have had anything to do with anything we were just talking about, but it's still horrible. And we just need to see that this is common now, and we just have to accept it as the way things are now. And worse, I would say, let's pretend it's always been that way. And I think that's what we're going for here. I think that's really the problem. So we'll just start with this one. Teen dies after falling ill at Belfast Music Festival. Teenage girl has died in the hospital after collapsing at Northern Ireland's biggest electronic dance music festival. A police spokesperson said officers attended a report of the sudden death of a girl aged in her late teens on Sunday. And she became unwell. So this isn't about, I guess, I've been at concerts where people had to get removed medically because they got crushed by, people that are moshing in the pit or whatever. Sounds like she just became unwell. And I guess that just happens to teenage girls now. So I just wanted to say that sucks that happened to her and sucks for her family. I don't have anything much more to say. They just tell us it's a sudden death and it's just too bad.
In my opinion, I think every time, especially a young person, someone that young dies, if journalists were being honest about what could be happening in the world right now, they would ask whether or not that person took, the COVID vaccine.
Well, we're not allowed to ask that, Jay.
Because it should be considered,
it's
because
private.
it's like
it's your medical records and they're private, Jay. What are you suggesting, that we should be showing our vaccination cards to get into public places? That would be unconstitutional. Oh, wait a minute, we did that. Sorry, my bad. That did happen.
Yeah, I mean, we just need to ask the question about why this is so much more common now. Why, like, you've seen the videos. We've all seen the videos of all the athletes, collapsing on the field, and now there's gaslighting saying there's been no increase in cardiac events. Like, athletes are the healthiest people in the world for the most part, and yet they're dying in the middle of their sport, and there's a mechanism for why that happened. And long story short, they think there's a link between testosterone and blood flow, and how the mRNA is getting into people's hearts, which is why you saw like an increase in death, in athletes and younger males, and that's why it affected like younger males the most out of anybody. So
speaking of younger males, another one that, again, completely unrelated to anything we've been talking about, but TikTok star Malik Taylor dead at 28. Tends to happen when you're in your late 20s. I guess social media users are mourning the loss of internet star Malik Taylor, who died at 28 on Wednesday, August 20th. He was a rising TikTok star, longtime YouTuber. And here we go. This is the release of the statement from the family. It was with heavy hearts. We share our beloved brother. He's gone. And when you scroll down, this is the part again. I mean, are we shocked by this? Are we shocked by this? Taylor's cause of death remains unclear. And it generally is. I mean, this is what you guys remember growing up and having, random 28-year-olds just dropping dead, and the deaths are always unclear. And that's just the way it is. Oh, wait a minute. That didn't happen when we were, I don't, maybe I have a memory loss from it.
Rarely.
Yeah.
Rarely. Definitely not at the rate it's happening nowadays. And, are there other environmental factors that could be contributing? For sure.
Of course,
but there's a direct correlation between when these experimental products rolled out and when these excess deaths started picking up. So, hey guys, correlation isn't always causation, but you don't have causation without correlation. Never forget that.
Yeah. That's too bad. Well, he had 5.6 million people watch that particular video. And you mentioned athletes earlier there, Jay. Speaking of athletes, young athletes at that, here's one. High school football player experiences medical emergency at practice and dies. A Texas high school football player has died after suffering a medical emergency at practice, according to Lancaster Independent School District officials. A 15-year-old student, Preston Malone, there he is. This is as tragic as it gets. I can't even imagine what the family's going through right now. A medical emergency during football practice. My 15-year-old son at Lancaster Early College High School died on Wednesday, 2 days after he experienced the emergency at practice. So he had the emergency at practice. He died 2 days later.
And
our hearts are broken. Yeah, go ahead.
And it would have been one thing if they said, he got tackled wrong, broke his neck, someone hit him, in a very bad place and, it ruptured an organ, something like that. Oh, no, he just dropped dead. We're not really sure what happened. Like, I just don't remember these stories before. And I'm sure that they did happen. So I'm not saying that it never happened before, but we know what it's not. It's happening all the time now, but we know what it's not.
Well, here it is. Look at this. During football practice, Malone was competing drills of 60-yard sprints when he alerted the coach that he was not feeling well. And the coach noticed the 15-year-old was not sweating was not sweating. School officials said during a press conference on Wednesday, as soon as the coach realized the player was not perspiring, he notified the athletic trainer, placed him in a cool tub, and took his temperature, which read 104 degrees. After a few minutes, paramedics were called. So like you said, Jay, it's been confirmed with this story that there was no physical, incident, no injury, just what's he running? What is it called? The 60-yard sprints. And as we know, growing up, if we ever had to do a 60-yard sprint during practice, the coach always said, be careful, you might collapse from this.
Imagine how hot Texas is in the summertime. I'll never forget. I was on vacation in the DR a few years back, doing something with some family, and I called my girl over here. It was 98 degrees in August in the DR. In Texas, it was 116 degrees. So this man is out here in this Texas summertime running sprints and not sweating. And I don't know, I just haven't heard about cases like this, in the past. And, there's so many, the worst part about it is for people who are just now opening up to the topic, we sound crazy because we're like, there's all these different things happening. There's no way that the COVID shot could be responsible for this huge number of different things that you guys are talking about. But that's honestly the danger of lipid nanoparticle technology. It's so small and it can get into any part of the body. Most medications do not cross the blood-brain barrier. This does. This is different than anything else we've given out on a mass scale before, and that's the scariest part about it.
I mean, I always bring up the smoking comparison, Jay. I always talk about, look, could you imagine a world in which people were dropping dead from lung cancer, and if you asked how many packs of smokes did they have a week, you were told to shut up. How dare you? That's private. What they do on their own time in their own personal space is their problem. That's their choice and not yours to be harassing family who are grieving right now. The family's grieving right now, Jay. Why would you ask a lung cancer a person who died? Why would you ask their family who's grieving how many packs of smokes did they smoke? Not your concern, Jay. And then add this to the mix. What if cigarettes were mandated on everyone to take them? Everyone has to smoke a pack. Now, what if to play on your high school football team, you had to smoke a cigarette before a practice?
There
it is. And this is why we're doing this topic, this segment, because it was forced on people. If it was a choice like a cigarette and it was your own, personal responsibility because you saw a Marlboro ad and you're the one who fell for it, maybe we wouldn't be doing this. We'd still wait a minute, that looks like it might have some correlation there. We might be asking a question, but we wouldn't be this angry about it. We're angry because kids were forced to take something that they didn't have any data on, long-term data on, and they were used as experiments. And here we go.
Now, and you know what the saddest part is, I haven't even called for the trials recently. I just want it to be pulled. We should really be calling for justice. We shouldn't just be calling for the shots to be pulled. We should be calling for justice. I think the reason why I just haven't focused on that as much is because I know that Trump was at the top of Operation Warp Speed and Trump is now president. So the chances of us getting to the truth under the Trump presidency and getting justice are next to none. However, I think we should still fight to at least have it pulled, but really we should be fighting for justice.
Yeah. Hey, I have a few more. I just want to throw, and this is not just to be redundant. I want you guys at home to look for this language, look for the verbiage. It's important to understand how propaganda works and how you can spin stuff. The way it's hard for them to spin is when there is no answers, when we don't know. So now we have a 38-year-old. We have Sharon Cutler, founder of Oma Beauty and the Pull Up for Change initiative, dies at 38. Now look at what is reported on the Need to Know on the bullet points. Sharon Cutler died at the age of 38 on a patio. So you just died on a patio. Well, give us more. I'll scroll down here, but these are just the bullet points. So you understand that this is just, they have no other way to spin this. I can guarantee you, if it was a car accident, if it was a a random robbery murder, you would see that in the headline. This makes it a lot harder for them, so they have to kind of put it on the bullet points. But what does that mean, die on a patio? Well, show us. What does this mean? I want to know. What are you talking about? According to the LA Medical Examiner, Cutler, the founder of former creative director of beauty brand Oma Beauty, was found dead on a patio on August 14th. Her death is listed as deferred, which means it is still under investigation. No details have been shared, but a source with knowledge of the situation shared that a former executive relayed the news of her death to former employees. There's the background of her company, but what's going on? I don't understand. What do you mean on the patio? What are you talking about? If this, again, if it was a robbery murder, if it was a car accident, if it was something, you would know about it right away. The problem is they don't know. They don't know what to say here. They got to report she's dead. She made an impact on people enough where her companies, at least, got her an opportunity to be mentioned in an article where it affected a lot of people. Oh, by the way, we don't say this enough on the show. Think about all the people that don't have successful companies, that aren't TikTok stars, that aren't potential athletes that are going all the way to the NFL. They don't get articles.
Nope.
They don't even get mentioned.
Not at all.
So think about that. If you guys are fans of statistics, do the math. Do the math. How many people are on their way to a successful professional athletic career? How many people are multi-million CEOs of their own startup companies? How many people are TikTok stars with 5 million views on one video, which you just saw previously?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Matt, but before COVID, I feel like the majority of time when we heard about these kinds of deaths, there was usually a reason given. She was battling cancer, for the past 3 years. He died of a heart attack, he succumbed to multiple sclerosis, like whatever the reason is. I just don't remember this many deferred, I guess you could say. There's this many unexplained deaths.
Well, sometimes they do mention the heart attack. They mentioned, because when they have to say that if it was a heart attack, they have to say it. If it was a cancer, they have to say it. They try to make it look like it was this is another trick they do. They always say long battle. They always say long battle with cancer, and then you look closer and you go, oh, you mean like 6 months, 9 months?
And
so clearly,
and people aren't making that connection too. The average person doesn't know that cancer has also been linked, to these mRNA shots through multiple pathways. And the average person may have heard something about myocarditis, but they don't know that it's causing heart attack. So if they see a story and they're like, the cause of death is a heart attack, they're not going to link it to it. If they see the story and they think the cause of death is cancer, they're not going to link it to it. Does that mean every heart attack and every case of cancer is caused by it? Absolutely not.
No.
All of those happened before, but they're happening earlier now. They're happening more frequently, and they're more aggressive. They even have a new term called turbo cancer. It's not a medical term, but that's what they're saying, because it grows so much more quickly than anything they've seen before. And they started up with the vaccine rollout. I mean, I'm not applying causation, but I mean, there is no causation without correlation. This is why we investigate correlation.
This is why we investigate. How about a rare cancer, Jay? Have you heard of rare cancer? Oh, look at this. NBA executive posts heartbreaking final message as she dies of rare cancer at age 40. Caroline Klein, chief communications officer in the Utah Jazz and NHL's Utah Mammoth, battled stage 4 proximal type epithelioid sarcoma in her lungs after being diagnosed with cancer in August of 2023. Do not ask what her vaccine status is. Not appropriate, Jay. Not appropriate.
Yep. Well, this is where we find ourselves today. Unfortunately, I think a lot more people are waking up to the fact that it wasn't effective. Some people are waking up to the fact that it's possibly dangerous. And all you can hope is that that trend continues and they don't try to derail it, with another bioweapon, in the middle, because when the establishment is backed into a corner, sometimes they can get desperate. And when they get desperate, they can do some crazy things. So keep an eye out, guys. Learn the lessons,
This is so sad. I want to just point out that she did a post and she says, we only have one life to live and it's on you to live it to the fullest. So please try to see every day as a license to live, not just pass the time, she wrote. And she thanked her wonderful husband and said that her cancer diagnosis hit her like a Mack truck. And then she gave one more tool as far as like state of mind to be in when all this happens to you. And this is horrible. What a horrible thing to have happen. And we're just reporting on it here, guys. We're not medical experts. We're not doctors, scientists here. But we are human beings that know how to use our critical thinking skills and know how to ask questions and know how to be skeptical and know how to get angry when it seems like that certain questions aren't allowed to get asked. And that's why we do this segment. That's what it's about.
Yep.
Okay. So I think, I think that pretty much wraps it up. That we know what it's not today. And all of our discussions today, Jay, anything else? Do we, I know we went longer than we thought with you, and we're going to continue the show, guys, but I just want to give Jay, before we let Jay go, any last things you want to tell the viewers?
Yeah, man. Just number one, keep an eye out for any events that get blamed on Russia or someone aligned with Russia, because the establishment is getting desperate. And number two, don't forget, we have to talk about solutions too, not just the problems. And on this show, we bring the problems to you. And I promise you, this is never meant to be blackpilling. There are solutions to all the problems we have. And all it takes is raising the consciousness about those solutions and the people demanding it. So never get deflated, never get negative, and just inform yourself with the knowledge and put that knowledge to work by letting it light a fire under you, and then take that momentum and let's fix this problem. So with that being said, catch up with you soon, Matt. So later.
Thanks a lot, Jay Scott, everybody. All right, if you guys are just joining us now, welcome to the show. You're a little late, but don't worry, we got more show for you. I thought we were going to actually take a break, and then I changed my mind because I'd like to just move right on to the next story here. As I'm setting it up, I will do a two things at once. As I'm setting it up, I want to let you guys know that we haven't done the engagement with you just yet. So talking back, I'm going to be handling it today. If you guys want to throw up your comments, we got a bunch on Rumble. We got some going on our YouTube channel. We will engage with you, do a little back and forth coming right up after this next segment, but I do want to do this one right now. Man, it is hard to do two things at once. It's nice when we have Leslie. It's nice when we have Jamie. It's nice when we have Pasta as well. And Jay's always nice to have on the show. As you guys know, actually last week was the first time I did the show all by myself. If you guys watched that one, it was a couple weeks ago, so we took a little break, but it was a few Tuesdays ago. Did a full show on my own, and that was fun. I feel like I made a challenge. Every once in a while, we got to challenge ourselves. I made a challenge to myself to see if I could handle it on my own, and I think it went pretty well. So we might be doing that again in the future. Yeah, we probably will. You know what? I got to tell you guys, doing this, getting more comfortable, communicating with you guys, learning how to do this type of work, learning how to deal with the weight of responsibility, the weight of doing the research correctly, going all the way, checking boxes, preparing for interviews. That one, I've learned so much about it, and you guys always chiming in and holding us accountable, and then calling out when we get something right, calling us out when we ask just the right question at the right time, and we get that guest, we nail them. Of course, we've had a lot of amazing guests on the show, and we can't do it without you guys, because you help us with we kind of look to you to see, are we on the right track here? And yes, we can tell when we are. We can feel it from you guys. So we appreciate that. And above all else, now that we've done this show for 2 years, I got to say, it's not dependent on having, you know, a particular level of guests coming on that's going to qualify the show. We know that the show exists and you guys watch because the show itself brings a certain credibility and resume now that we have existed. We're not coming out of nowhere. Unless you're just stumbling on us now for the first time, welcome. The Homeless Left welcomes you. And yeah, we're going to keep doing it. And appreciate everything, guys. Okay, the next story is this. We are going to do, oh yeah, this story is leftover from Thursday. We were going to do this on Thursday. Now it's going to be even better because I spent a little more time on it, getting it ready. This is the Aubrey Plaza story. This is a HOLLYWOKE story, but we're going to go a little further this time in HOLLYWOKE. We call it This Week in HOLLYWOKE, but we're going to go a little deeper, a little darker. Follow us on this. This is going to be, hold on to your seats, guys. This one's going to be a bumpy ride. Here we go. This Week in HOLLYWOKE. Let's do it. This week in HOLLYWOKE, we wanted to share with you kind of a intense moment that happened for actress Aubrey Plaza. Let's walk you guys through the tragic news she's been experiencing throughout this year of 2025. And she finally talked about it. It took her till, I guess, a few weeks ago, or was a week ago. She finally had a discussion about it. Well, let's catch you up on, if you didn't hear, and you probably, a lot of you guys probably didn't hear because you're probably not paying attention to Hollywood, and we don't fault you for that at all. We pay attention so you don't have to, because I know a lot of this town just went up in smoke, went right down the drain, as they say. But, you know, Aubrey Plaza, we don't have anything bad to say about her at this point, but let's at least start with what happened to her, and we'll go from there. And we're gonna go a little deep on this, but let's start with this part. Okay, Deadline reports Aubrey Plaza compares grief for husband Jeff Baena to horror movie The Gorge. There's a giant ocean of awfulness. So this is Aubrey speaking about, she opened up about the grief she's experiencing from her late husband, Jeff Baena. And if you guys look, so the show she goes on is Good Hang with Amy Poehler, her podcast. On the podcast, Aubrey Plaza tells Amy Poehler, who's she used to be on the lead on Parks and Rec. She says it's been a daily struggle since her husband died by suicide in January, but remains really grateful to be moving through the world. Now let's get a little more detail about what happened. Actually, let's play a clip from the podcast, and then we'll look a little deeper into this. Here we go.
Had this terrible, tragic year.
Yeah.
You lost your husband. You've been dealing with that, and you've been looking for all different ways in which to feel and find support. And I think I would, on behalf of all the people who feel like they know you and the people who do know you, how are you feeling today?
I mean, right in this very, very present moment, I feel happy to be with you. I feel overall I'm here and I'm functioning, and I feel, you know, like I feel really grateful to be moving.
I mean, obviously she's not okay. I mean, obviously that's who would be. Just to give you a little context, you're going to get a little more later, but just for now, context, she filed for divorce. They were going through a divorce. So there was a separation there before the suicide in January. So it's been a rocky road for Aubrey. Let's hear a little bit more about how she's doing, but watch her body language. This is someone who's not okay, and rightfully so. She's not okay.
Through the world, I think, like, I'm okay, but you know, it's like a daily struggle. Obviously, this is like a really dumb analogy, and it was kind of a joke at a certain point, but like I actually mean it. Did you see that movie, The Gorge?
No.
Okay.
Horror movie?
It's like a alien movie or something
Okay.
with like Miles
Teller. Okay.
And but it's like in the movie there's
Haven't seen it, but tell us what's the comparison?
like a cliff on one side, and then there's like a cliff on the other side, and then there's like gorge in between, and it's like filled with all these like monster people that are trying to get them. And like I swear when I watched it, I was like, that is like feels like what my grief is like, where it's like, or what grief could be like, where it's like at all times there's like a giant like ocean of just awfulness that's like right there, and I can like see it. And like sometimes I just want to like just dive into it and just like be in it, and then sometimes I just like look at it, and then sometimes I'm like I just try to get away from it, but it's always there. It's just always there, and the monster people are trying to get me, like Miles Teller.
Yeah, and
Anya Taylor-Joy.
So yeah, she's not just depressed and in grief, she's having horrific nightmares. Let's go a little further here. So what other parts of this are important? Well, here's a little tweet that went out, and guys, get ready for this one. So Audrey Plaza cheats on her husband, he hangs himself. Okay, well, that's for whatever. I can't fact check the cheating, but we do know that there was a divorce in process happening. So he's dead, and then that was in January, and then she goes on a podcast called Good Hang. Good Hang. He hanged himself. He hanged himself, and the podcast is called Good Hang. Who writes this? So we could stop there. We could stop there. Or we could go a little further, because I think that sometimes we see coincidences occur in Hollywood and we say, who writes this? Or maybe a more accurate question is, yeah, who actually writes this? That it's not that it's a literal question, not a figurative who writes this. I don't know if this person tweeting was suggesting a figurative question. You can't make this stuff up. No, I think that the conclusion we've come to on this show is that you can make this stuff up, that there is actually a script to follow. Almost like an instruction that this is what you're going to do, almost a ritualistic component to this. Now, before we go down that rabbit hole, we're going to go into the Hollywood ritualistic, it's actually called humiliation ritual. We're going to get into that in a second. We've actually talked about that on the show before. We're going to get into some of the cult stuff that happens. But I'll say up front, before we go down that hole, Aubrey Plaza, I know Aubrey. I got to meet Aubrey Plaza. There was a film a few years back that she was attached to that we were looking to make. We never made the film, but we had a chance to meet her, speak with her, and try to align with her on a film that would have been really cool. She seems like a really cool person. The time I spent with her personally, although brief, seems like a pretty cool person. And we know she's got a great sense of humor, very talented. So Matt, what are you talking about? What is this humiliation ritual? Why would they put her through this? Why would she go along with that? Am I suggesting that this was a ritual, a humiliation ritual? Well, let's see. Here's a few other recent ones that you might have seen. This doesn't involve a hanging or anything like that, but look at the face of John Cena. You might have seen this moment in the Oscars a few years ago. You guys might have seen this. Look at his face. You guys can go watch the clip. I'm not going to play the clip. On first glance, I might look like shock and awe, and that everyone's in on the joke. On another hand, he might not want to be doing this. Look at his face. He might not want to be coming out and streaking the Oscar. He might, if it was his Paul. He might not want to do this. Look at the face. Always look at the face. The face is a giveaway. You think is a fun prank. Everyone's in on it. All these A-listers have fun and they wine and dine. They enjoy each other on the red carpet. And they go to all their little parties. We used to think it was all fun and white parties. Remember that? P. Diddy, white parties, all fun. LeBron said, ain't no party like a P. Diddy party. Now we know that this isn't all fun. Look at the face. Want another one? How about this one? Jaden Smith wearing a house. Does he look like he's having fun? I'm just asking questions. I'm just throwing these out. These are just so you guys understand that sometimes we see things happen that maybe the person, the A-lister, B-lister, whoever it is, doesn't necessarily want to do what they're doing. Why are they doing it? Great question. Why are they doing it? Here we go. This is a rapper we don't know very well. The reason we don't know this rapper very well, you might have heard of him. I didn't hear about him until I saw this clip. His name is Lil Tony. And he's doing a podcast where he's going to discuss how Hollywood has become, or how he discovered Hollywood, which includes the music industry, which includes the sports industry as well. Hollywood, music, sports is very satanic and ritualistic. And Lil Tony's going to blow the whistle. Take it for a grain of salt. He's going to tell you how the business model works when you get the opportunity to join the cult or the tribe, or you get that opportunity to be known, to be famous, to be successful, to be an A-lister. Let's hear Lil Tony. Again, never heard of him. There might be a reason why. Because he said no. At some point, he said no. Let's hear his story. Again, take it with a grain of salt. But there could be something here. Here we go.
God was real.
So this was, as you can see at the bottom, this is a Christ podcast of some sort. So like I'll just tell from my vantage point, you guys know we don't really get religious. We get spiritual. We don't get religious on the show. There's a lot of ways to interpret that story. Off the bat, I'll say he believes what he's saying. This guy's not going on this Christ channel and lying. I don't think he's lying. I think he thinks he saw the person morph into the devil, or however he said it. I'm not going to focus on that part. I think that when we get an adrenaline rush and we get scared, we can certainly see things that are scary. After you hear the things that he heard told to him, which I want to focus on that part. The things that were told to him about how the functionality of there's an agreement. And he mentioned Leonardo DiCaprio. He could have really said anyone. It's not really about the names he dropped. It's about that there's a system in place that he didn't know about until it was too late, until he was like, get me the hell out of here. And that system that was being told to him involves an exchange. It involves an exchange. And that exchange, I think a lot of people that might, be interested and curious in this might think that exchange always happens up front. You want to get up here, you got to give us something. It's a ritualistic, sacrificial thing. Kanye's talked about this. Others have, we know Cat Williams have talked about that. So many have talked about this. So many. Mel Gibson has talked about this. There's a long list of those who call out this is extremely disgusting, dark, tribal, satanic system that's in place here, where you have to do something in order to get something. Sometimes, this is my suspicion, sometimes you get the thing first, and then later you have to do the thing. So sometimes we see, like we said, these ritualistic, we call them humiliation rituals. We showed you John Cena, we showed you Jaden Smith, ritualistic. These are humiliation moments. Look on the face. Do they really want to do what they're doing, or do they owe this for an exchange? I'm just asking questions. In Aubrey Plaza's case, and like I said, I met her personally. I've spent time with her. I will tell you, she seems like a great person, very talented, very funny. I would have loved to do a movie with her. Who knows? Maybe I still will one day. Maybe not if she sees this. But again, I'm not here to smear her. We call things as they are. If a celebrity does something horrible, we will tell you. If we feel they are, like if it's a Gal Gadot doing horrible things, we'll tell you. I don't ever want to work with Gal Gadot. But if somebody we feel is caught up in something and it's too bad. Like, I don't know. I mean, unless you can make the argument, did Aubrey Plaza sign an exchange? What was the exchange? What was the exchange? This person tweeting doesn't indicate anything there. I even believe that this who writes this at the end it's an expression. Like, you can't make this shit up. I'm suggesting, I'm going further than this tweet. I'm saying the person you're divorcing hangs themselves, and then you have to go on a talk show to talk about it called Good Hang. Seriously, who writes this? Are you, Aubrey Plaza, going through a ritualistic moment that involves some sort of humiliation that we're seeing? The look on your face. Maybe it's bigger than just the loss. Do you think, and this is a question for anybody watching this, that maybe thinks all this stuff is just overblown, it's conspiracy theory stuff, fine. Do you think somebody like Aubrey Plaza, who got an invitation on a show in an organic way, that it wasn't set up, that it wasn't pushed on her by bigger powers, if you think this was a natural occurrence, do you think it crossed her mind? Maybe this isn't a good look. Good hang. Maybe she talked to Amy Poehler. You know we talk, right? You know that when I say we, I mean when we have guests come on the show, we sometimes have conversations. Good chance that Aubrey could talk with Amy Poehler before. Say, isn't your, or email, just send an email. We email all the time with guests. Send an email. Hey, I didn't know your show was called Good Hang. Might not be a good look. My husband killed himself by hanging himself. I haven't spoken to anybody on any show about it at all in months. I'm going to make my first appearance and talk about my pain and my hurt and my depression and my nightmares. I'm going to talk about my horror, the literal horror that I'm living every day. I'm going to come on a show called Good Hang. Do you think she missed that? Or does this look in her face remind you? Where did it go? There it is. Does this look in her face remind you a little of John Cena and or Jaden Smith? A little bit. You have to look, you have to glance up to Amy Poehler and look at that sign right behind her that says Good Hang. I'm just asking questions. Did she miss it? Is she watching this now? I don't mean this as in our show. Did she see the responses online? Did somebody inform her after the fact? Aubrey, you might have made a mistake. Doesn't look good. Who knows? Hey, Jaden Smith, you might not want to put a house on your head. Maybe he didn't have a choice. Maybe John Cena didn't have a choice running out naked, streaking the Oscars. He didn't look like he was having fun. She certainly doesn't look like she's having fun, but I think that's undisputed. Of course, she's not having fun, but there could be something more here. That's it. So Hollywood it's a monster. We know it's a monster going in. We know it's a cutthroat environment. It's full of snakes and sharks and wolves and wolves in sheep's clothing. We already knew all this. What we didn't know was just how dark it was. How dark it is. P. Diddy's not a fluke. He's not uniquely disgusting pervert. Oh my God, we had no idea. Harvey Weinstein isn't a fluke. He's not uniquely disgusting. Meryl Streep said, Harvey, we had no idea. We had no idea what he was doing. So none of these people that get called out once in a big while, one has to take a fall. They're not flukes. They're not uniquely disgusting. Hollywood goes back to business as usual. The entire thing is pretty disgusting. And the more we find out about it, look, today's segment isn't some big discovery. It's not some big gotcha. It's just we're asking questions. That's all we're doing. We're asking questions. And I would hope you guys are curious as, we see new things come up and we'll keep covering them. We'll keep doing the segment This Week in HOLLYWOKE. And when we see things like this, let's continue asking questions. Let's do that. Okay, that's it for This Week in HOLLYWOKE. Okay. I think what we're going to do is take a couple minutes. Let's welcome. Let's welcome. Let's do a little 2-minute, 3-minute break here. Go grab a coffee, go to the bathroom, whatever you guys got to do. I'm going to go ahead and put up a little word from our good friend Glenn and the gang over at World Harvest Food Bank right here in LA. Check it out if you haven't seen them yet. And we'll see you guys in a few minutes. We got more show for you guys coming up in just a moment. Okay, let me take a moment to introduce you to our good friends over at World Harvest Food Bank right here in LA. World Harvest has been serving families across Los Angeles for 18 years now. And they started with this simple idea. Everyone deserves access to healthy, affordable food, no matter what they're going through. With their Cart with a Heart program, families can walk away with a full cart of groceries, fresh produce, dairy, meat, and pantry supplies for just a $50 contribution. That's for the entire cart. That same cart would cost over $300 at a typical grocery store. At World Harvest, everyone is welcome. They don't ask for income verification, ID, or any paperwork. No. Basically, their doors are open to anyone who's doing their best, but just needs a little extra push to get by. If you're an Angelino like me, you know the times have been tough here. First with all the union strikes, the LA fires, and now the ICE raids going on. It seems like we're living in a constant state of uncertainty. And that's why it's so important to support local charities like World Harvest, because they aren't just helping the community. They're an essential function in its very survival. World Harvest is located at Venice and Arlington. And right now, you can use our special discount code THL20 for 20% off your contribution amount at checkout. And if you're not in the LA area, you can still help out with a $50 donation, which will provide a full cart of food for a family by going to worldharvestfoodbank.org or scan the QR code for more info. Or you can just spread the word. Follow them online. Let people know they're here for them. Because at the end of the day, it's about providing choice, access, and relief without barriers. World Harvest Food Bank. End hunger now. It's World War III watch. Let's just face it, it's already started. We're going to give you guys an update on the situation in Venezuela. We broke this news for you guys last Thursday on the show as Trump basically deployed 4,000 military to surround Venezuela off the coast. And those military were Marines ready to be put in place for potential, as Trump puts it, on the ground, boots on the ground is what he said was a likely possibility, or just any possibility whatsoever, boots on the ground. So what reaction is Maduro giving? Well, we heard there was up to 4.5 million potential militia members ready to mobilize. And we know that tens of thousands of them are signing up for this mobilization every day. We're going to get more to that in a second, but let's listen to George Galloway give us a little breakdown. If you guys missed it, here is the order of what happened, and then we'll try and figure out what's happening next. So here's George Galloway with the summary on Venezuela. Check it out.
Trump sent 6 warships and 1 submarine off the coast of Venezuela this morning. What's that about? Well, he doesn't rule out a boots-on-the-ground invasion of the vast territory of Venezuela with its government, which, let me put it this way, would be itching for a fight with the 4,000 U.S. Marines that Donald Trump has on board these warships. He hasn't ruled out, Donald Trump, a landing. Boots-on-the-ground invasion. All in the interests of fighting the drug cartels, of course. Nothing to do with the fact that Venezuela is the world's largest oil-producing country, and that Venezuelan oil is perfectly suited to the American refinery market. Nothing to do with creating yet another war when the wars he's already deeply involved and implicated in are, despite his repeated protestations, not yet resolved.
So yeah, this is about a number of things, as Galloway mentions, a number of things going on here. One would be a distraction from the other wars that are unresolved, a distraction from Epstein, a distraction from the homeland policies going on with military in every city, which is the goal, Palantir surveillance, Palantir AI. But as Galloway mentions, the unresolved conflict he ran on being a peace president. We've been through this. You guys know by now that all of it was a bait and switch. So you got that. And then, of course, the oil. It's always about the oil. You gotta keep your eyes on the oil. Venezuela is the biggest oil reserve in the effing world. And the fact that for years we've had the previous administration before Maduro was Chavez, who is notoriously known for giving away free oil. This is what he does to his neighboring countries, to his own people. And we've always been against it. We've had to put our foot down. That's not okay. You can't give away free oil. Here's Maduro coming in. We talked about this on last week's show. Also on Truthwire, if you guys want to check out our conversation there as well with Craig Pasta and Fiorella. But what I guess the point that is important that people kind of miss is that Maduro is following in the footsteps of Chavez. And as we've seen from our vantage point that we've been to Venezuela, we've covered Venezuela for the last decade. Before that, even a movie that we made in Caracas at one time was the most dangerous city in the world. It no longer is the most dangerous city in the world. But American imperialism has been the culprit of creating the refugee problem. There were 4 million people that were displaced just 10 years ago. Maduro has been in power since 2013. As I've seen, as we've been looking at him, he has gotten to be a better leader throughout this time. And all of this, this notion of Trump uniquely being evil and saying he's illegitimate. You guys, if you guys have been Trump haters this whole time, you have to understand that both parties have been doing this for years. Nobody on the Democrats are trying to stop Trump from this insane. It's not an official declaration of war, but he's certainly bullying our position. The U.S. military, the U.S. government's position is to challenge Venezuela, to challenge the legitimacy of Maduro's presidency, which we've been doing the entire way. Whether it's Trump, whether it's Biden, we've been doing it the entire way. Obama also challenging. But this is where Trump gets the standing ovations. Okay. You guys missed this back in 2020. We talk about Trump came in, did the State of the Union. If you guys remember this one, right before the COVID lockdown. And Nancy Pelosi did that whole, let's rip up the speech. I'm so mad at this guy. I'm going to rip up a speech. Right before she ripped up the speech, everybody was applauding. The whole room stood up for Trump when he said that Maduro wasn't legitimate back then. Even back then. It was Juan Guaido. Juan Guaido is the president. He's the legitimate president. These are people we want to instill as president. And now, fast forward 5 years, it's Amundo Gonzalez. He's the rightful president, not Maduro. Maduro is what? What is Maduro? Maduro is part of a drug cartel. His entire administration is a drug cartel. We have to stop that. So do we have any critique on where the cartel is from, who funds it? Do you think it might be the CIA that creates the drug cartel problem? Maduro won an official election. He wins elections. That's what he does. The people come out and vote for him. Okay, we can pretend that there's election interference. It's easier to spot election interference in Latin American countries, as Craig Pasta will tell you. They're much better at showing paper trails. We can go there in person and see. When possible, we go to the story. When possible, go to the story. We can see the paper trail. You can't do that here. We got this digital system. We got this mail-in system. These privatized voting machines that are supposed to be all high tech, and there's no paper trail. The mail-in voting is the biggest scam. Nobody else does that, by the way. So we can see when there's scamming going on, and of course, there's scamming that goes on. And every country has their share of scamming and voting. But Maduro certainly is the legitimately elected president of Venezuela. And notice that the Democrats are not challenging Trump's actions right now. That should be concerning to you if you were a vote blue no matter whoer, and you were with the camp of no kings. You're with the camp of Trump's the next Hitler. What you should be absolutely concerned that the Democrats don't have a problem with any of this right now. The Democrats don't have a problem with a $50 million bounty on Maduro's head right now. They don't have a problem with it. You're not hearing CNN and MSNBC telling you, oh no, Why is Trump putting a bounty on an elected presidential, an elected president in a foreign country? Why is he putting a bounty on his head? Because that's what we do. That's what we do. Okay, so where is this going? What's the next thing? What is happening here? Well, Maduro's response, we talked about the 4.5 million. That number might be exaggerated, but I can tell you what his approach is. His approach is very calm and collected. He's kind of like a chess player. I think he takes lessons from Putin. We know that he is very friendly with Putin. He's reached out to Putin. He's reached out to Xi Jinping in China for backing. I don't think either of them are in a position where they can physically back him. They might not have to, but they certainly give their verbal acknowledgement. Obviously, they're not going to say he's not legitimate. So this whole thing is about the oil. It's about BRICS. Venezuela has been known to be invited into the conversation about BRICS. So we know that makes him another enemy of the West. If they weren't already an enemy because they were practicing evil communism and socialism. Oh, so evil. We have to stop it. We have to stop him from giving away oil for free. Oh, horrible. Horrible. Okay, so this militia building movement that Maduro's actually doing, does he have enough support from the ground? You can bet your ass he does. He calls it a plan for peace. He calls it it's a defense mechanism of protecting your country, protecting your territory. So he talks about being prepared, being active, and being armed. And that's what he's telling his people in Venezuela right now. And he's urging them to mobilize and into these militias, this rural mobilization and industrial mobilization. Now Bondi was bragging last week about stealing assets from Maduro, which I guess had been accomplished, about $700 million worth of assets from his cabinet. Just did it just because you can. Just can. Just, we're going to take your shit. We're going to take it. So she did. Bragged about it. Okay. So we know Maduro has survived a bunch of coups. We know that, again, Chavez before him survived a bunch of coups. Somehow, some way, Venezuela has persevered. I don't know how, but they have a strong history of getting through this. This is not the first time. Again, it's not the first time we've challenged Venezuela to a duel or whatever you say, to this potential war situation. So, with that said, well, let's look at the mobilization happening right now in Venezuela. Check this out.
Y para mostrarle al país.
Okay, hold on. Let me read that. I'm going to start it over. We are here to show the country today on our day of popular favor, today on a day when the people of Venezuela are taking to the streets to join not only the ranks of the Bolivarian militia, where the act is eminently popular, eminently voluntary, not only to join the ranks, the call made by our commander-in-chief, Maduro, a call to the ranks and mobilization of the Bolivarian militia, but it is also a call and an expression of the people of Venezuela's against the imperialists and against the people of Venezuela, against the entire homeland. And if you guys saw the accompanying images, they are gathering the people, gathering a coalition, militia, rural, and industrial, and the numbers again might be a little high that were announced at 4.5 million. Whatever they are, we're talking about tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands being put together here. Not going to be a match for 4,000 Marines. I'm just saying, not going to be a match for 4,000 Marines. So none of us should want this to happen. Anybody who thinks that this needs to happen is freaking insane, or you're captured, or you're not paying attention. You got to look at this closer. And unfortunately, if you're someone like Alex Jones, and this is really disheartening people like Alex Jones and his take on this. Let's watch Alex Jones try to explain to his audience that a war with Venezuela is an exception to all the other ones he's against. He's against all of the other military industrial complex, illegal wars, regime change wars, resource stealing wars, coups, taking out democratically elected leaders, putting in our own, stealing resources, the whole bit, sanctioning, starting another war, occupying land, Greater Israel Project, going as far, just taking as much as you can. Alex Jones is going to tell you and his audience that Venezuela is an exception to that, and he's going to explain why. And it's pretty tragic to watch him do this. Here we go.
I don't like any of these wars, not Gulf War, not Gulf II, not Afghanistan, all of it. I've been against all these wars, Ukraine war, all of it. But if you look at U.S. doctrine and wars that we fought before that were right, it's in Latin America. This is our sandbox.
Wars that were right because you say so. Okay. So Latin America wars, totally cool. Just go around and just wreak havoc, sanction the crap out of people. Oh, by the way, create refugees who have nowhere to go. CIA funds the cartels. And then you have the child trafficking problem at the border, human trafficking problem. You create this entire problem, which Alex Jones should know better. He's been against the cartels that we fund. He's been obviously his audience just immigration. We got to get the. Where do you think this all comes from? It comes from imperialism. You effing idiot. Is he an idiot, though, or is he being controlled? That's really the question. But go on, Alex. Explain to us why this is an exception and why we have to keep annihilating Latin American countries, uniquely Latin American countries. They deserve the havoc that we wreak on them. The exception to the rule that wars are bad, that fabricated occupations and regime change wars mostly are bad, but this is the exception. Go on, tell us.
And Venezuela is a communist dictatorship with the biggest oil reserves per square foot in the world. Their people are absolute slaves. And I don't like regime change, but they are manipulating our elections.
I don't like regime change, but they're manipulating our elections. Alex, show us the paper trail of that one. Venezuela is manipulating our elections. Wow. I didn't know that. You must have some top secret information there, Alex. Wow. This whole time it was, oh my God, this whole time it was Venezuela deciding our elections for us. We're so weak. Alex Jones thinks we're so weak of a nation. We can't decide our own elections. Venezuela is deciding who's in charge. Oh, yeah. Okay. Venezuela decides our elections, elects Trump, and then Trump surrounds him with Marines and says boots on the ground is on the table. Okay. Good rationale there, Alex Jones.
Flooding us with fentanyl. And if there were surgical strikes,
the CIA floods us with fentanyl. The CIA floods us with fentanyl. The CIA has flooded us with every other drug problem. The CIA has flooded us with cocaine. The CIA has flooded us. It's crack cocaine in the ghetto. What do you call it? Crystal meth. Heroin. From Vietnam. Shipped over here. Dropped into the impoverished areas. The CIA does this, Alex Jones. You know better.
To take out the communists, there'd be an uprising and they could have elections and it would be a good thing. So I'm not one to ever push offensive stuff, but they started it, so it's really defense. So I'll say it. I am for removing the Venezuelan dictatorship.
Oh, my God.
And But by the extension, the cartels back down and have basically slashed fentanyl production 90+%. I mean, they're killing their own people that do it. That's well known. And even in mainstream news. So it's kind of like Trump. I'm going to come get you in Mexico now because of what you did before. And the CIA was basically allowing all that, running a lot of it.
Oh, the CIA allows it, but they don't have they're not doing it. Alex Jones, they're not. The CIA's part of it, but they're not. But they are. They were allowing it, but they're not. But so we are Alex Jones. We are the CIA. So you're for a regime change in Venezuela, even though you just admitted that, minimally speaking, the CIA at least allows the fentanyl, allows the cartel. Okay, what does allow mean? Does that mean financially backs it? What do you even mean by that? So you're acknowledging the existence of the CIA, but we're not taking the responsibility for creating this chaos, because you have to be about this. Communism.
Under Obama, and then under Trump's nose, and then with Biden it got worse. So by that extension, I mean, for those that don't know, Trudeau allows the use of it. It's decriminalized. And they turned a blind eye to its production. Most of it comes out of Canada now. That's on record. So yeah, do we have a right to go blow up the cartels? Yeah. But they rolled over, basically. Venezuela is the 800-pound gorilla.
Venezuela is the 800-pound gorilla. Oh man, look at this guy maneuvering. I think the only question left to be asked about Alex Jones is, what? Is this his own opinion, or has he been given a script? Kind of stuttering through it. I don't know if he fully wants to say these things. And every time I do this, I say this about Trump a lot, guys. You've heard me say this. When I suggest that they're given top-down orders above them, I'm not trying to take the responsibility off of them. I just am trying to open up a larger lens beyond that. These people wake up in the morning and say, I'm just going to have this insane opinion, or in Trump's case, I'm just going to do this insane executive order today. We take a step back and say, well, what above that is requiring this to happen? And why are these not the perfect okay, so we do an if and then. That's how we figure this out. If and then. If there was an entity above Alex Jones, if there was an entity above Trump, how would that entity function? If they could dictate policy, if they could dictate, millions of people watching Alex Jones, what is going to be the take going out to them for all their eardrums? You have somebody like Alex Jones chosen for that. You have somebody like Trump chosen to be the president. Wouldn't those two be the perfect people to choose? Aren't they really, really, really good at getting some stuff right, winning you over, and then deliberately getting this wrong? What's more likely? What's more likely? Two guys. I know Jay Scott says Trump is an idiot. I don't think he's an idiot. I disagree with him on that. I think he's got a limited vocabulary, but I think he knows business, and he knows TV. Alex Jones certainly knows TV. They're both loudmouths. They know how to get a headline. They're not dumb to the point where they get these things wrong. I don't believe that Alex Jones got this wrong. I believe it's a top-down order, and he's a perfect mechanism to do it. The way he maneuvers and says this is the exception, Venezuela's the exception, the same way Trump can convince half the country that taking away the First Amendment right of free speech is constitutional, and because of safety, because of death, we got to stop death. We're going to take away your First Amendment right to stop death. Guess who also has that argument? Anti-gun, right? So you say take away the Second Amendment to stop death. No, you can't do that. Can't take away the Second Amendment. Can't stop death. But we can take away the First Amendment to stop death. I'm just using that as an example. It's a contradiction. It doesn't make any sense. Who are you going to get to sell that contradiction? Trump's great at it. In this case, Alex Jones is great at it. So here we are selling yet another war. Peter Thiel, Alex Karp, Palantir, they tell us, Alex Karp tells us right out of his loud effing mouth, he tells us 3-front war. Iran, Russia, China. 3-front war is coming. Would Venezuela be a 4-front? No, it might actually be part of that 3-front because when you engage Venezuela this way and threaten this war, this ground on the boots on the ground war against Maduro, then you're challenging Russia in that as well. You're challenging China in that as well. So the 3-front war, we're closer to that destination, has been set out by Palantir, the biggest receiver of cash of that big, beautiful bill, which nobody knows. Nobody talks about it. It's $130 billion. Wait. That number's too low. It's 320 billion. 320 billion going to Palantir for military weapons, AI, surveillance, pre-crime, targeting anybody we want in our country, targeting anybody we want in any other country on behalf of this 3-pronged war, on behalf of Israel. By the way, Maduro has spoken out against Israel. Add that to the mix. So here we are. Spokespeople bringing in manufacturer consent. They're just doing it in smarter ways now. They already got the other half of the country 4 years before with Biden. That was easy. That was easy. Now this is the way you get the other half of the country on board for digital IDs, technocracy, 3-front, 4-front war. Here we go, guys. Welcome to World War III. And World War III isn't necessarily being fought with nukes. Don't necessarily equate World War III with nukes. There are other ways you can fight it. Information. Alex Jones' show, InfoWars. Information wars. It's an AI war. It's the war for who gets to control the matrix, who gets to control the machine. So it's not necessarily nukes. But however we look at it, if in fact we've arrived at World War III or we're arriving to it, we might have to face the reality that history books will look back and say, we already started it. It already happened. Retroactively, we might be in it right now. And we might have to accept that because the point of no return seems very bleak at this point. Okay. That is World War III Watch. You know what? I think it's time we do. Holy crap. We got a bunch of comments today. Let's get to it right now. And I do see some Rumble rants. Guys, if you do a Rumble rant, I think our YouTube is not, I think it's paused on the what do you call it? The super chats are paused on YouTube. We got to figure out some logistics with them. It's all good. No worries. We're going to figure that one out on YouTube. We're going to get to as many comments on both platforms. But if you do a Rumble rant for us, you'll cut to the front of the line. I just wanted to throw that out with you guys. We will cut you to the front of the line. So without further ado, let's get to talking back. I'm going to handle it this time, guys. I'm going to handle it. Here we go. Looking forward to this one, actually. This will be fun. Here we go. What's up, guys? It's Talking Back with Matt today. We are engaging with you on our platforms, responding to your comments live on the show. Get a comment out there if you haven't yet. We'll see if we can get to it. We're going to go through today's activities. We had Jay Scott, co-host, on with us. We've been talking about Trump's his ban on First Amendment ban on burning the U.S. flag. Now it's illegal until it's protested. Hopefully it will be protested. That happened. We got military action in D.C. moving into the ground in Chicago, into other major cities coming. It looks like it. We also have Venezuela. We're threatening war, boots on the ground in Venezuela. So Israel is at it again as well. We're calling the show, this episode, we're calling it Homeland Insecurity, because everything is upside down on itself when we're bringing on more big government, bringing on more of the military industrial complex, not in just these other countries, not on just behalf of Israel, not just this war that Trump won on, that he won the election on, stopping the war in Ukraine. It's still going on. And now we have a war with the American people. We've had a war with the American people. Biden had a war with the American people. And now Trump is continuing that war with the American people. And we want to get your guys' response to this. Not to mention, what is the biggest problem here? The biggest problem is censorship. The biggest problem is that we might not have a show if they do the ultimate thing and pull the plug on us and anybody who's trying to discuss these things and get information to people. That's the hardest thing in a world of technocracy. The hardest thing that we are going to be the least solid element, the most vulnerable element to us is going to be communication. In a world where communication has gone like this, as far as the abilities we've had technologically speaking, it's funny that it's the opposite effect. It becomes the least stable when the powers that be, people pulling the strings, instantaneously can pull the plug on us. The internet can go out. Jay Scott mentioned a nationwide blackout could occur. There's rumors going on that one, so we have to be careful and look for that. And if that happens, how do we communicate? What do we do? I don't know. We can figure that out together. But for now, let's start with, and unfortunately, this isn't coming up on the StreamYard. So what I'm going to do is cut and paste it. But we do have, yes, of course, this is great. We do have a Rumble rant. I love it. We'll start with this one. This is from Long Meadow. I'm just going to put it on our banners because it didn't come up on StreamYard. Sometimes they don't come up. It's weird. But this one is from Long. I'm just doing a little copy and paste, and then we'll start it. And appreciate this. Thank you to Long Meadow. Here we go. This is our Rumble rant from Long Meadow. The Donald only likes doing rallies and pressers. All other presidential decisions are done by his Zionist warmonger administration. Thank you for that, Long Meadow. And that's exactly what we've been talking about on the show this whole time. Yeah, that's his usage. That's the Zionist. Their use for him is how he does his rallies. This guy is a showman. He's a showman. But as far as decisions goes, anytime you see him whip out an executive decision, this isn't him in the middle of the night going, I think tomorrow I'm going to do this. I think tomorrow I'm going to do that. That's not how it works. He has handlers and he has his top-down instructions, and he sells it well. He certainly sells it well. Remember the whole, we're going to take on the deep state. How's that going for you guys? Magus, how is taking on the deep state going for you guys? I'm curious. I'd like to know. Moving along, I see. Moving along. We're getting there. That deep state's getting challenged. You're really sticking it to them right now, huh? Aren't you? Yeah, thought so. Okay. Thanks again, Long Meadow. Okay, let's see what else we got here. Okay. Look at this. We have jokers for you. Thanks for tuning in. Aside from all other considerations, the number one thing all people must realize, Israel is the US empire is abandoning Camp Israel, not doubling down on it. The world is changed. This is a positive idea. I appreciate this, jokers, for you. I really do. I know we can get a little doom and gloom here on the show, so I do appreciate this. And we do step back and we do look at it. It does seem globally speaking, and the empire, as you mentioned, the U.S. empire abandoning this. The reason is that the global sentiment, it's going to be very, very difficult for them to go and much longer on this. The sustainability of protect Israel at all cost, it runs out of fuel. You can't You can't do whatever you want. You can't get away with anything you want. Crimes against humanity over and over, and lying and cheating and manipulating and hurting and killing and savaging and bragging and turning around and saying this here and doing it there. You can't do that forever because that sentiment runs out. You can't protect anything at any cost. It's not how things work. That's not how life works. RFK Jr. was wrong on day one. Day one, I'm saying day one, but I'm saying October 8th. RFK Jr. was wrong to say blank check to Netanyahu. I immediately said, what do you mean blank check to Netanyahu? When in any situation is there a blank check for anybody, for anything, ever? That doesn't make sense, because blank check to someone implies that there's no consequences for anything they do poorly, bad, deceitful, horrible, disgusting. Do whatever you want. We won't hold you accountable. That's not how things work. The world is seeing this, and they understand how accountability works. And even if we have to play catch up and we didn't know how bad it was, we weren't paying attention before October 7th, we are now, and you can't undo it. And that's the good news, is that the empire is going to have to abandon this, because they're not going to get that sentiment back from the globe. They see it now, and they are going to hold people accountable. That's how human behavior works. At the end of the day, we actually do want accountability. We actually do. So the only way they can fight against that is to prevent us from seeing something, and then we don't know it, or they trick us, or they lie to us. We know those tricks. In this case, our lying eyes, no. We see it right on our cell phones. There's nothing else they can do about it. So thank you for that, jokers. Let's move it on. Yeah, Leslie, thanks for chiming in. Jokers, yes, really hope it's true. We really do. I hope and believe you're right. Can't sleep at night while thinking about atrocities that entity is doing. We need to abandon that camp. Thank you for that, Leslie. And yes, we are affected by this every day. We're affected by this every day. Where should go? Thank you for tuning in. UK police would not let a coach full of protesters disembark at the Elpit Death Factory demo this afternoon. 4+ hours travel there and back. Fucking Ziofash puppets. Wow, we did not know that. That's awful. The UK police have been compromised. We know that. They don't work on behalf of the people. They work on behalf of Israel, and that is effing sad. And we're sorry that happened there. Wish you go. Got Milk on YouTube. Thanks for tuning in. Homeland Insecurity. Symptoms of military-industrial complex and post-imperialist grandeur. Thank you so much, Got Milk. Exactly right. And that's why we called the episode Homeland Insecurity. A failed system. It's not sustainable. Really, really appreciate the comment. Agree with 100%. 100%. Let's go, Jungle Jared. Thanks for tuning in. Oh, Kelly Jones. Did I do that right? Kyle Jones. I think I mispronounced it last week. Thanks for tuning in again. Double taps on medical workers. Absolutely. Thank you. Oh, here's another medical worker. All sentient beings. Thank you for tuning in. OMG. Oh, I don't know. I guess that's a reference to one of. Yeah. That's okay. Let's back it up. I got to figure the reference. This is the medical workers that were targeted and murdered. And the medical workers speaking out too. That was good on the UK show and on the news show on CNN International. The reference to that the IDF targeted 20 medical workers, paramedics, and 4 to 5 journalists as they were there to cover the story that another journalist had been killed. And they were covering that story, and then Israel bombed all of the people standing there live on TV. That's what that was. And this is Sherry Wise. Hi, everyone. So sad. And I believe it's that reference too. Thank you for tuning in again, Sherry Wise. And this is a reference to the soldier at the top of the show. You guys can go back and watch that clip we played at the top. I wonder if there's a way to find out the status of that soldier who is being investigated for not supporting Israel. The problem with that is, we could probably guess. Thank you for the comment. We could guess what happened to him. We can add it to a long list of other soldiers that this has happened to. It's not a unique situation. Others have been discharged. They have been let go. They are no longer part of the military. He happens to be in the middle of an investigation that's ongoing from what we saw on that tweet. But the look in his eyes is the same look we see from a lot of people that dedicated their lives to serving our country. And they're being told, you are a national threat to security because you challenge Israel. Add him to the list. I'm sorry to say, it's not going to end well for him. It's not going to end well for him. We'll try and find out what happened. But once you're being investigated, you're going to be discharged. Dishonorably, probably, most likely dishonorably discharged. That's going to be the fate. That's my guess. We'll see if we can follow up, but I would not hold your breath for any good outcome in that regard. And just again, look in the eyes. Not good. The guy has been traumatized by this experience. 20 years serving our country, and he's the national threat. Think about that. Think about that. Great point. Anyone still talking about the two-state solution is on the AIPAC payroll, as far as I'm concerned. Great point. I'll make one exception, though, Keel Jones. I'll make one exception. There's still people not paying attention that think that that's a thing. They're not elected officials. They're not people that work in this industry. But I agree with you. If they are they're certainly on the payroll if they're saying that, and they should know better. But there are people, we have family and friends, people that still, they don't know better. I don't know. I'm not, look, they should be against the genocide, but if they think the solution is two-state, I'll give them a little bit of leeway that maybe they just don't know what that even means. And maybe somebody told them that and they think it sounds good, but no, the reason there's no two-state solution and there never will be one isn't because of Hamas. It's because that doesn't fit Israel's plan. It never did. It never will. It was always a scam the entire time. Two-state solution does not align with the greater Israel project. It's not because of the hostages. It's not because of, Hamas won't do a deal. What do we do? Israel sabotages every deal. Israel doesn't want the hostages. Israel does not want a two-state solution. Period. They will never get it because they don't want it. Know that. Okay. Let's see. There's a few more here. Apologies again. I can't go through all of them. However, let's see. Let's see here. Oh, yeah. Eva Burke, thanks for tuning in. Like when the NYPD investigates itself, right? So we talk about Israel investigating itself. Yeah. Sound familiar, guys? Anybody who thinks that's totally cool, come on, guys. You don't investigate. If you're the one being accused of the crime, you don't get to investigate yourself. That's not how things work. That's not justice. That's corruption. That's not justice. That's corruption. There's no other way around it. Oh, look at this. This is good from Got Milk. Thanks again for tuning in. Smadar Lavi Mizrahi, Jewish Palestinian Jew professor. So Jewish professor, Palestinian Jew of anthropology at UC Davis. Oh, that's nearby us. Author of Wrapped in a Flag of Israel. Was there a follow-up on that one? Yes, here it is. Here's the quote. Thank you for this. Most Zionists don't believe in God, but they do believe he promised them Palestine. Look at that. Wow. Oh, this is another professor. Emmy studies at Exeter University. Great quote. I love it. Thank you for that, Got Milk. Oh, yeah. This one, Pamela Drew, thanks for tuning in. Gaza's culinary scene. Yeah. Well, yeah, just saying that is it's a disgusting thought. And it doesn't, that's not cool. You know what? If you guys missed this earlier, I'm gonna play this one now again. This is just so you guys know what she's referencing. It's a shitty commercial that Israel paid for to have aired. It's on Twitter right now. Elon took money from Israel for ad space so Israel can put up a fake commercial telling us that there's plenty of food available in Gaza. And look how happy everybody is eating food. Nobody's starving. Why? How do we know no one's starving? Because we said so. We paid for it. This is Gaza's culinary scene. Absolutely disgusting.
Cynical politicians and biased media are lying. The pictures don't. This is real footage of Gaza food markets. July.
This is a lie. This is not July and August of 2025. I'm telling you guys, they are lying. This isn't a thing. If this is footage, it's probably as old as 2021. That's my guess. We should ask Grok this. It's not July and August of 2025. Period. No, it's not disputable. These are bald-faced lies, and Elon should be ashamed of himself for allowing Israel to purchase ad space to show this commercial. You can call it a commercial.
To August 2025.
No. Disgusting. And it's not, there's actually other ones also. This isn't the first one they tried, but I think it's the most recent one. But yeah, they keep trying this crap. Why do you have to pay for an ad space? Why to create a fake commercial? Why do you have to pay for an ad space? Really weird. Really weird. Okay. Yes, and longtime listener, we read your Rumble rant earlier. Thank you for that. Here's another one from longtime listener, Ambassador Mike Huckabee said that the Palestinians in Gaza are so fat they need Ozempic. Did he really say that? Did Mike Huckabee really say that? Oh my God. I cannot believe it. How can you say that with a straight face? How can you say that? Disgusting. Okay, let's see who else. Love it. This is Mouse SF. Spoiler alert. We're fucked. That's in reference to all of the major cities, starting with Washington D.C. and then Chicago. It sounds like New York City and L.A. are next for Trump's military presence, and it's just, hey, this is how you stop crime. Bring in the military. This is how you make people feel safe. Bring in the military. You're going to screw over small businesses. You're going to screw over the functionality of the cities. And what you're doing is you're bringing in big brother, big government with a party championing this, which is insane because Republicans never used to, or they're not supposed to like big government, but here you are championing it. What a way to get fooled on this one. Yeah. Spoiler alert. You think it's just the blue states? Oh, we'll teach them a lesson in Chicago. Then we'll teach them a lesson in LA. Then we'll teach them a lesson in New York. All those commie, Antifa rioters. You know they did the same to you guys, right? You know they called you domestic terrorists on January 6th, right? You know that, right? And the left, they can't put two and two together and see it's the same thing. They go, oh no. Those guys were domestic terrorists, but this is wrong. Really? When are you going to start to apply the same principle to both sides? When are you going to do that? Any of you MAGAs, any of you vote blue, no matter who's, when are you going to apply principle equally to both sides? None of you will. You'll call out one of them. You'll protect the other. What we do on this show is we call out both. We got nothing to protect here. Nothing to protect. Except humanity at large. That's it. That's the only thing we're out to protect is humanity. That's it. You are protecting a tribe, a cult. a hero worship. You're protecting an ideology. It's okay to have ideology, have things you believe in, but you're protecting a tribe that you're part of that you have to check a box to get into the door. That's what you're doing. So F that. We're done with that. We're done with that. Oh, here we are. Thank you for Opossum King, Universal AI, customized jabs are just around the corner. You said it. You said it. Maha said, oh, Trump's going to bring in RFK Jr. and we're going to get the mRNA off the shelves. Well, what do you know? Day 2, Trump brings in Larry Ellison, says it's time for Star multi-billion-dollar investment in AI cancer-stopping technology. We're gonna stick you with some AI technology, show you that you have cancer before you have it. Trust us, you really no. The AI told us you're gonna get cancer. Can't really show it to you yet. Here's an mRNA jab to help you with that. The thing that you don't actually have yet. Trust us, we know what we're doing. Yeah, universal AI customized jabs. There you go. There you go. Thank you for that, Opossum King. Appreciate it. Chatter X in the house. Yes. Thank you. As a reference to a Jokers for You comment earlier. Appreciate it. Oh, we got Zootzilla on YouTube. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Thank you, Zootzilla. Zootzilla, are we still waiting for a peace deal with Russia or even Gaza from the U.S.? Are dreaming, and if there's a peace deal, is because Ukraine and Israel have lost. Huh. Well, inevitably, yes, Ukraine and Israel are both going to lose ultimately. What side are we going to be on when it happens? Is it too late to be vocal? If you've been silent the whole time, is it too late to be vocal? I don't know. I don't know if it's ever too late. It's as long as you're not doing it after the fact. But I mean, I don't know. Maybe not. But these are inevitabilities. Thank you, Zootzilla. And we won't even call it a peace deal. It's just that there's nothing left. Once you destroy the fabric of the country that you were trying to pretend was the good guy, and you destroy it from inside out, which is happening to Ukraine, which is happening to Israel. Israel is actually being destroyed. It's self destructing itself. Its entire ideology. The money's kind of running out. The sentiment's losing. Israelis are they're trying to travel around, and anytime they go to another country, they get told you if you're a Zionist, you're not welcome. So the whole thing is falling apart. I think we're past the point of return on both Ukraine and Israel, actually. So peace deal, would it be a peace deal if it's already gone, if there's nothing more to negotiate? I don't know. You can call it whatever you want, but I mean, if you wanted a peace deal, you should have thought of that before you intentionally spent taxpayer money murdering, having people dead in both of these countries for no reason. And I say in Israel, I mean the surrounding outside of Israel. We're paying to annihilate people all around Israel, and you think that's a winning cause for the Jewish cause? You think that's a winning strategy to annihilate as many people around your country as possible? And you think that's fighting anti-Semitism? What the hell's the matter with you? What the hell how is that a winning strategy? We're going to fight anti-Semitism. Let's bomb the shit out of every neighboring country of Israel. That sounds right. That'll show them to like us. You better like us. You better not hate us. We'll show you how horrible we can be. Don't hate us. Don't hate us. Okay, a couple more, and yeah, we have one more. Gosh, I think we got to the 4-hour mark. Yeah, we did. So we better wrap this up. Better wrap this up here. Let's see. We got. Oh, Dingo ain't my baby. Hi, fam. What's up? Welcome to the show. And Ed Rams saying hi. How's it going, Ed Rams? Yeah, we got our crew here, guys. We got our crew. Oh, Longmeadow. When did Aubrey change her look? I remember her from Parks and Rec, plus her appearances on David Letterman, Conan O'Brien. I mean, they're always changing their look. But she might have been these last few months. She might not have been working. Who knows? I don't know what her schedule's been this year, but she easily could have changed her look after this horrible thing that happened. Her husband, ex-husband, whatever you call it, they were in the middle of a divorce, and he hanged himself in January. So it might mean you want to change your look at that point. I don't know. Change things up. But yeah, very sad about Aubrey and going down that rabbit hole. That was pretty bad. That was pretty bad. Okay. Thanks, Leslie, for pointing out World Harvest. Yes, guys, if you're in LA, go get your butts over to World Harvest. Fill up a cart of food, fresh produce for you get it for $40 if you use our code THL 20. $40. I'm not even kidding you guys. I'm just telling you. If you're in LA, World Harvest Food Bank, you get to fill up an entire cart of food. Bring it home. All you got to do is sign your name, say, where did you hear about us? Oh, THL 20. Oh, here's an additional 20% off. Instead of $50, it's $40. How cool is that? Seriously, guys, how effing cool is that? You should do that if you're in, and if you know anyone in LA, you're not here, tell them this. You go on worldharvestfoodbank.org, THL 20, you get, it's $40, an entire cart of food. I'm not even kidding you guys. Go try it out. It's awesome. Me and Leslie go there all the time. Very cool. It beats getting Kroger crap, right? Preservatives, pesticides, chemicals sprayed through all our food. Did you guys hear Bill Gates is putting mRNA into our vegetables now? Not over at World Harvest. Not over at World Harvest. So if you're in LA, you can be sure the fruits and veggies don't have mRNA gene therapy jabbed into them. Okay, just that alone should get you over there. Okay, just wanted to throw that out there. I'll do a couple more, and then anything else we'll throw up at the end of the show. And I do have one more segment for you guys. You're gonna love this one. Okay. The old Alex Jones we covered at the end. Yeah. Dingo Ate My Baby. Thanks for that. Alex is deep throating Trump so hard it's tickling Alex's taint. That's hilarious. Thank you for that. Dingo Ate My Baby. And yeah. Oh, Manimus, thanks for joining us. Alex Jones went on RT. Rick Sanchez said that he was a truth teller. Wow. Now the Russians think he's a truth teller. Well, that's happened before. Alex Jones went on, well, not Russians, but a friend affiliate, Jimmy Dore, and they had a great conversation. I guess it's what you choose to talk about. We have this discussion on our show. What do you choose to talk about? I haven't seen that interview with Rick Sanchez, Alex Jones, but I can tell you sometimes interviews are geared towards particular topics. Example, when Glenn Greenwald goes on Megyn Kelly, they're not allowed to talk about Israel. Is he selling out to do that? I don't think so. Does he consider her a friend? In some ways, yes. He's actually said that. How can that be? How can an anti-Zionist be friends with a Zionist? Great question. Maybe we should ask ourselves, are there people in our lives we're friends with, family, coworkers, and you know them to be a Zionist and you're anti-Zionist? How does that work? Is it possible? Is it fake? What does that look like? I don't know. But can you make rules? Can you say, we don't talk about this? Is that okay? I don't know. Glenn Greenwald seems to think it's okay to go on Megyn Kelly. They say, we're not talking about Israel. We'll talk about COVID. We'll talk about the two-party duopoly. We'll talk about these things. We're just not going to talk about Gaza. We're not going to talk about Palestine. We're not going to talk about Israel. Weird. Very weird. Well, maybe you have, I don't know, if you guys have rules with your family members, you can't go see particular family that maybe shut you out during COVID. They say, oh, you can see us now. We're good. We can have Christmas dinner, but you can't bring up COVID. We've seen some of that here. Oh, we've certainly seen some of that here. We have a pact. We have a pact. You can't bring up a certain topic. So in that regard, maybe that's what happened with Rick Sanchez and Alex Jones. And he said, oh, you're a truth teller. In certain areas, perhaps. Not in all. Not in all areas. Certain areas, you're a truth teller. Could be the case. Just saying. And I mentioned Jimmy Dore. He had a very long interview with Alex Jones a year ago, and everything they talked about was they agreed on. So what do you do with that? You say, oh, everything we talked about, we were productive on. Great. Something we didn't talk about. Well, I guess you don't have to critique it if it didn't come up. So that's what we're left with in our world of engaging with people that we differ with things on. What do we do about that? Do we yell and scream at them on their show? That's why Glenn Greenwald doesn't. He respects Megyn Kelly. By the way, let's be clear. Megyn Kelly is the one he said you can't talk about Israel. Do you think that Glenn Greenwald said that? Glenn Greenwald would be happy to talk about Israel with Megyn Kelly. The reason he can't is because Megyn Kelly doesn't want to, because she knows her audience would A, get upset, B, she would be humiliated in front of her audience, or C, her audience might start changing their mind. That's even worse. But it would stir up some chaos that she doesn't want to have. He respects that, so he doesn't bring it up when he goes on. Will Megyn Kelly go on Glenn Greenwald's show? I don't think so. I don't think we've seen her on there. Go look it up. I don't think Megyn Kelly has ever gone on Glenn Greenwald's show. Interesting. Maybe it's because he doesn't set the same parameters, and she doesn't want to go into the what do you call it? The lion's den. She doesn't want to go in there. And the lion's den, in the most respectful way, I say about Glenn Greenwald, because the Free Palestine movement is loud and it's active, and they will call that shit out, and Glenn's audience will call her out if she comes on. So that's just throwing that out there. But hey, you know what? We pick and choose our battles, and we can decide for ourselves. I'm not going to tell you how to structure your relationships in your life. If you can have a solid relationship with somebody and have an honest part of that relationship with them, and you made a rule, we don't bring up this topic. Okay. Maybe religion. We've been doing that our whole lives. We can't bring up religion with this person. This family member thinks you're going to hell. We just won't talk about that because you don't go to the same church or whatever the hell it is. All right, we just won't talk about that. So maybe we have to do the same with COVID, or we have to do the same with Israel. I don't know. It's an ongoing discussion. Okay. With that said, and oh man, more comments keep coming in here. I'll put most of this. I'll put as many as I can. I'll put as many of these as I can up later after the show for the ending credits. Last comment, because I haven't seen this person. Thank you for the comment, Rachel Melanade. People come together in crisis. People come together in crisis. Well, let's hope they come together in a positive way and not out of fear, because you could say they came together in COVID. So I guess it depends on how they come together, but let's hope that this is positive. I know she means this as positive. So we'll end on this one on Talking Back today. Thank you for that comment. And thank you guys all for voicing up and getting your comment in there. And of course, Rumble Rants get cut to the front of the line. We did get that one in earlier. So thank you for that one. That was from Long Meadow. So we really, really appreciate that one. And, all right, guys, we will, we have one more segment for you. This has been Talking Back with Matt. Okay. Here we go. We're going to do one last one for you. I think you guys are going to enjoy this. We'd like to end on a positive note. So we're going to do a loudest voice of the week. And just give me 1 second here. Yes, I have to find this link and then we'll start the segment. Man, it's been a great show today. Great show. We covered a lot. Okay. Do I have the link? Yes, I do. Excellent. Okay. I think we're ready. Let's go ahead and start. Sorry, one more thing here. Okay. I think we're ready. All right, guys. Final segment of the week. And if you got, or not of the week, of the day, we'll be back Thursdays. Of course, we go live twice a week, guys, Tuesdays and Thursdays. So loudest voice of the week coming right up here. And yeah, we're good. Okay, here we go. It's another episode of The Loudest Voice of the Week, and we have a real positive one that was shared. Actually, I'm going to give a shout out to my mom who shared this one to me. It's just happened within the week, I think. This went up on YouTube. I didn't see any indication that this existed on anywhere else. I didn't see it on Twitter. It wasn't shared on TikTok. It's not shared on any other platform. I haven't seen it unless you guys want to look it up. It only seems to be on YouTube. But good. It's good. And I think it's got couple 100,000 views so far. It went up about 5 days ago. We're going to acknowledge an actor you guys know well here in Hollywood who had the loudest voice of the week on behalf of Palestine, speaking up against Zionism, speaking up against Israel and their crimes against humanity. None other than Jim Carey. Jim Carey, who recently has said he's retired from acting, and it might be a reason why he can be actually vocal about this, which is really, really good. So without further ado, this is Jim Carey. His words that he wrote, this is his own words, narrated with a little, I guess there's a little AI video behind it. We'll pause it throughout if we need to, but this is his own words regarding Palestine, and he calls it Palestine's pain, the world's silence explained. Here we go.
Yet the world walks past it. Imagine a wound so deep.
Okay, here we go.
Imagine a wound so deep that the earth itself seems to cry. Yet the world walks past it as if nothing bleeds. Palestine is not just a story of conflict. It is a living tragedy that is unfolded in plain sight, where the cries of children echo through broken walls, and silence has become the loudest sound from the international stage. What if I told you that this silence is not accidental, but deliberate, woven into the very fabric of global politics, media narratives, and human indifference? Tonight, we peel back the curtain to reveal truths too long ignored, truths that sting not only the conscience, but the very soul of humanity. This is not a tale of statistics or headlines. It is the unraveling of our collective morality, the question of whether we still recognize the difference between justice and betrayal, compassion and neglect. Stay with me, because what you are about to hear is not simply an explanation of Palestine's pain. It is a reflection of who we are, what we tolerate, and the silence we allow to define us. This is the story the world doesn't want to face, but one you cannot afford to ignore. The story of Palestine is not a chapter that begins in recent years, but rather a long and painful chronicle of historical injustice and ongoing oppression that has scarred generations. It is a story rooted in displacement, where families were torn from the very soil their ancestors had walked for centuries. With each passing decade, what began as a wound of forced exile has only deepened into a system of occupation that has robbed an entire people of their right to live in peace, dignity, and freedom. Homes once filled with laughter stand in ruins. The olive trees that once symbolized resilience are uprooted, and the streets echo with the silent grief of those who have known nothing but conflict since birth. This is not just about land, it is about identity, memory, and survival itself. The injustice manifests itself in countless ways that are almost unimaginable to those who live in comfort. Borders are not just lines on a map, but walls and checkpoints that suffocate movement and divide families. Simple rights that most take for granted, like access to clean water, education, and healthcare, are luxuries that many Palestinians are denied. Generations.
Yeah, and like also to be clear about this, people don't know this. They don't know that when you're occupied and another entity controls all of the resources, your energy, everything, your functionality. You're not going to be given these things by your captors because they're not there for a peaceful two-state solution. They're there to control one group controlling the other group. So of course you're not going to have access to any of these things. Guess who does have access to all these amazing benefits? Guess who has them? Israel does. We pay for it. We pay for their health care. We pay for their education. We pay for their housing. Where does their housing come from? They get to steal Palestinian homes. We pay for it. We pay for their trip to go out there to steal a home. And then we give them a free house. So one side getting paid for by everything occupies another side and gives them nothing. Well before October 7th. This is the construct of Palestine since 1948. Since 1948. So this is what Jim Carey is doing such a good job here. And I had somebody asked who is narrating. This is Jim Carey narrating this. This is Jim Carey narrating his own words. He wrote this. Posted it on YouTube 6 days ago. Let's play a little more.
Have grown up under the shadow of occupation, where their childhood is interrupted by the roar of military jets and their nights haunted by the uncertainty of whether their homes will stand by morning. For them, oppression is not a political term, but a daily reality that dictates the rhythm of life and death. What makes this history even more painful is that it has been allowed to continue without true accountability. The narrative of Palestine is one of a people whose cries for justice echo across the world, yet too often fall on ears that refuse to listen. Their suffering is not an accident of fate, but the consequence of systematic policies designed to control, fragment, and ultimately erase their existence. The historical injustice of Palestine is a story that should shake the conscience of humanity, yet it continues to be buried beneath the weight of silence and denial. It is in this truth that one begins to understand why the wound of Palestine remains open, bleeding, and unresolved. The silence of the international community toward Palestine is one of the most haunting realities of our time. In an age where information travels faster than light, where images of suffering children and destroyed homes can be seen within seconds, the question arises, why does the world remain silent? This silence is not simply the absence of words, but a deliberate act shaped by politics, power, and fear. Nations that proclaim to stand for human rights and justice often fall mute when it comes to Palestine, choosing to prioritize alliances, economic interests, and geopolitical agendas over moral responsibility.
I would add into that, it's not just those interests, it's the interest of power and, economic interest. It's more than that. It's fear of the consequences. So not to alleviate the blame on somebody who takes their careerist or takes power over morality, but there is something to be said about the fear that he mentions. And I'm just specifying that fear is that your own well-being will be compromised, will be in jeopardy. So you're not, for the Palestinians' well-being to be compromised, you're willing for that to happen in exchange that your well-being won't be compromised. So that's the exchange people make when they sacrifice morality sometimes. So it's not necessarily just for economic interest and power. It just might be fear of, I won't have the things that are important to me, just on my ability to exist the way I want to function and have my my ability to live the life I want to live. So it's acting out of fear. Jim Carey nails that. This is acting out of fear. That's why the globe can watch this, and then it takes so long to have anything be done about this. It's insane. This thing should have been stopped. Israel should have been punished the next day after they started their bombardment immediately. What are you guys doing? That's not how it works. You can't just go murder a bunch of people that you're occupying. That's not how it works.
This is not silence born out of ignorance, but silence born out of convenience, where the cries of the oppressed are drowned out by the calculations of global powers. At the heart of this silence lies the selective application of justice. We see global outrage when conflicts erupt in other parts of the world, swift action is taken, and sanctions are imposed. Yet when it comes to Palestine, the same urgency vanishes. The destruction of homes, the killing of innocent civilians, and the denial of basic human rights are met with carefully crafted statements of concern, but little to no meaningful intervention. The international community has chosen to operate in a framework where some lives are valued more than others and some injustices are more tolerable than others. This hypocrisy deepens the wound of silence as Palestinians are forced to live with the knowledge that their suffering is witnessed but ignored. Furthermore, this silence is reinforced by powerful narratives shaped by media and politics. Voices that attempt to speak for Palestine are often marginalized, censored, or branded as controversial, while narratives that justify oppression are amplified and normalized. This manipulation of perception ensures that the silence is not just passive, but actively maintained. The world watches, yet pretends not to see, listens, yet refuses to hear.
So I'm gonna get ahead because it is nice humorous, but there's a part that when he starts talking about there's the lessons in resilience. That's a good, you guys should go watch this whole thing yourself, listen to the whole thing. But I'm gonna cut ahead actually to let's start here. The silence of nations versus the voice of truth, and let's hear it out to the end. But the whole thing is incredibly powerful.
The oppressed, to raise one's voice when witnessing injustice, and to resist tyranny even when the cost is high. Yet, in the case of Palestine, these principles seem forgotten. Nations that proclaim human rights fall silent. Institutions that speak of freedom remain inactive, and individuals who might otherwise rally for justice hesitate when the victims are Palestinians.
Again, I want to double down on there's consequences to speaking out. Colleges get punished, they lose grant money. Students get suspended, they get expelled, they get blackballed in their careers, they get beat the hell up, they get arrested. So there's not, by the way, green card holders, non-green card holders, it doesn't matter. You get deported. It don't matter. You could be here on a visa, you're gone. So there's consequences. Not sure if Jim Carrey gets into the consequences as much, but he is talking about a moral compass. That's what he's talking about. So many people hesitate when it comes to the victims, being that they're Palestinian. Too many people hesitate.
This selective empathy unmasks a troubling double standard in the world's conscience, where some lives are deemed more valuable than others, and some struggles more worthy of attention. At its core, this silence is a test for humanity. It forces each individual, community, and nation to ask, what side of history will we stand on? Will we be remembered as those who ignored oppression, or as those who stood, even in small ways, with truth and justice?
This is so familiar of Caitlin Johnstone. You guys know, if you're if you've been a loyal watcher of the show, we cover Caitlin Johnstone all the time, and she said this from the beginning, from day one. And I remember the first weeks where people were posting the most horrific, horrible stuff, starting with RFK Jr., who said no red line policy, blank check to Netanyahu, do your worst to them, the most moral army on the planet. She said and all the people following suit for the next few weeks, she said, listen, you guys, that window of you not getting this and being confused is closed. This is the time, the internet is forever. What side are you going to be on in history? She urges people. This was just 2 weeks after. This is a while ago now, a long time ago now. And she said, what side are you going to be on? You have the chance right now. Go ahead and delete the tweets if you'd like. They've all been screenshotted, but delete your tweets, say I'm sorry, and start being on the right side. You can do it. If you don't do it, the internet never goes away. And that's what I'm reminded of Caitlin Johnson, the way Jim Carrey's talking here about what side are you going to be on? What, seriously, you're still defending this garbage, or kind of worse, you're still silent. Really, you still have nothing to say. You're still silent. Wow. What are you going to tell your kids? What are you going to tell your grandkids during this time? What side were you on?
The cries of the oppressed will not vanish into the air. They are recorded in history, and they weigh heavily on the moral ledger of every silent witness. The world's silence is not simply an absence of words. It is a betrayal of the very principles of justice, compassion, and humanity. And one day, when history turns its gaze back to these moments, silence itself will be judged as complicity in one of the greatest moral failures of our time. In the end, the story of Palestine is not just about borders, politics, or territory. It is about the soul of humanity itself. It is about whether we as a global community will choose to live by the values we claim to uphold: justice, compassion, and the defense of the oppressed.
We'll leave it there on Jim Carrey. Again, just a great lyricist here. As far as the verbiage that he spells out, he's very poetic. This isn't the first time he's been poetic. I haven't seen him speak about particularly Palestine before. He might have. I got to look into it. But this one was posted on YouTube 6 days ago. So we'll leave that one as is. But the question remains, and this is coming from somebody who you guys know. We cover HOLLYWOKE. We cover Ziowood here on the show. And a great question that you might be asking yourself, and we'll answer right now. Why would Jim Carrey be able to get away with this? We know the mechanism in place here in Hollywood. We know that you get punished for speaking out like this. They make examples of people. Well, as you can see in the banner, he's a former Hollywood actor. He's said on record, I'm done with acting. He might change his mind on that, but as of now, they have nothing they can take away from him. That's the key. So when you have nothing left and you've already paid your dues, done your humiliation rituals, who knows? I don't know if he's done them or not. I haven't looked close enough. If you've paid your dues, then maybe you're free. You're free to speak, and you have the ability to get this message out to hundreds of thousands of people at least. Hopefully more than that. Hopefully more than what I'm seeing on the YouTube count. But that's good. It's good that you can do that now. If it was 1995 and Jim Carrey just finished his run with Dumb and Dumber and The Mask and Ace Ventura and Batman Returns, and he was on fire as he was in the mid-90s, and this had happened then. Actually, this was happening then, but if this was the October 7th that we know today was happening in the mid-90s, would he say something then? I would guess no. I would say no, not when you have everything to lose. No, you would not have heard anything. Here's what will end the loudest voice of the week. One more thing I want to say about Jim Carrey. I did find this old clip. Jim Carrey probably has always had a good moral compass inside. He obviously had to be a careerist and compromise certain things for his career. And I do believe he would have been silent on this then. He does, with that said, he does have a history of speaking out for things he believes in until he's not allowed to anymore. For example, and we'll end with this, if you guys didn't know, he was a strong advocate. Jim Carrey was a strong advocate for victims of Big Pharma. Interesting. Did you know that? Well before COVID. He sat down with Jenny McCarthy, the one that Pharma smeared as an anti-vaxxer, who was looking into autism problems and looking into the capture Big Pharma had on the media and the capture Big Pharma had on the law itself, because you weren't allowed to sue them if something happened with one of their products. That's crazy. So Jim Carey goes on Larry King with Jenny McCarthy to tell us how bad it is that pharma has this type of power over the population of our country. And Larry King sounds like he's hearing it for the first time, and he's being educated, and so is his audience. So let's watch this clip, and then we'll ask ourselves, does that mean Jim Carey has always had a good moral compass? Probably. Did he stop talking after this Larry King? Oh, you betcha. You're not going to see any more from him after this, probably because he was told, you can't do that, Jim. You can't do that. Well, he did do it at least once. Here it is. It's very good that this happened. At least it happened. Here it is.
Happened in 1990. There was no plague that was killing children that we had to triple the amount of vaccines.
What happened after 1989?
The why did they
triple? It warranted 26 more vaccines.
Agreed.
Are all of them absolutely necessary?
Because they want to make money.
Of course.
It's twice as many as anywhere else in 30 countries in the Western world. But we give twice as many shots as any of those countries. Why is that?
Well, what are you against? Don't vaccinate for this, but vaccinate for that?
Yes.
I think we have to choose which ones are absolutely necessary.
You should educate yourself. We want to empower parents to educate themselves. Do we need to have the chickenpox? Do we need the hepatitis B shot on the second day of life?
I don't think we can afford to assume that the people who are charged with our public health any longer have our best interest at heart all the time. Parents have to make their own decisions, educated decisions. They have to look at the information.
Space out the vaccines, delay them till after 1, clean out the toxins that are in them. We don't need that many.
Why would a doctor not want to know more about something that could save a life or prevent a disease? I don't understand.
The AAP is financed by the drug companies. Medical schools are financed by the drug companies. This is a huge business. Vaccines are the largest growing division of the pharmaceutical industry. $13 billion.
They control medical schools.
What we're asking is for them to take a loss for the good of our children. That's a tough sell in a boardroom.
Oh, it's a tough sell, all right, Jim, as he found out the hard way, because he was told to stop talking about this after the fact. No, you can't have this conversation. That's funny, because everything they just said sounds perfectly reasonable to me. At the time, I wasn't paying attention, and I remember the making fun of, I don't know how Jim Carey stayed out of the conversation. I don't remember them making fun of him, but certainly Jenny McCarthy was made out to be an anti-vaxxer, crazy conspiracy theorist. Although everything they just both said here makes total sense. Everything Jim Carey said on the Palestine video we just played makes total sense. Why are these extreme ideas? Why are these ideas that get punished? We're not going to ever really know the answer to this until we accept the fact that the people controlling our media, controlling the narrative, controlling our laws, making examples out of people that question these things, until we understand the extent of their power and the destructive behavior of those people with that power, we're never going to fully understand how corrupt and how captured and how horrible the system that we live in, which isn't broken, by the way. The system is not broken. It's functioning exactly the way as it's supposed to function. That's it. That's it. So we just need more Jim Careys and more Jenny McCarthy's speaking out, not just here and there, but all the time. If everyone did it, if we all did it together, they can't stop all of us. But until then, we're going to give Jim Carey the loudest voice of the week. Okay. I think that about wraps up the show for today. Yeah, we did kind of go over, but we always go over. Yeah, we're at the 4.5 hour mark. God damn it. How did we do that every time? How do we do that every single time? Always go over the 4 hour mark. But hey, guys, thank you so much for being part of the show today. We're going to go out here with a little lesson of economics from we've had this guy before. He's pretty cool. He's going to tell you that the problem with the fast food and the monopolies of these fast food chains and corporate food chains, the costs that they're cutting is actually a problem of Wall Street, not a problem of the woke left. Woke left is a problem, but in this case, it's a critique on Wall Street, and we need more people to see that part of the discussion because it all sucks. Woke left sucks. So does Wall Street. Let's call it all out when we need to. This guy does a great job. So I'll leave you with that. And thanks. A big thanks to Jay Scott, co-host today. We'll be back on Thursday with Craig and Jay together again, or switching off. I don't know yet. We might have another guest on for you. So we'll see you guys Thursday, same time, noon Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern. In the meantime, you can catch me on Garland Nixon tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific, 12 p.m. Eastern for an hour talk with Garland. Looking forward to that one. And then Friday, we'll be on with Truthwire. I think we're going to do another. We'll have to check with Pasta on this, but there might be another series on the Big Pharma COVID panel. We might be on a little panel talking about pharma on Friday. That'll be Friday morning, 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern. We'll keep you posted on that one. I'll see you on Garland Nixon tomorrow, guys. Till then, thanks again, all you guys, for being part of the movement, part of what we're doing here. Remember, always go at the world with the same things. Be consistent, guys. It's about consistency. Always attack with courage, with conviction, and above all else, principle. That's it. I'm out, guys. Power to the people and free Palestine. See you guys.
By the way, is all because of Wall Street. This is all because of the stock market, because of investors, private equity, and the demand to get more value to shareholders. This has nothing to do with wokeness or DEI, you stupid sleeping babies. Okay? I'm going to explain this to you. McDonald's, the way McDonald's is structured is McDonald's owns the land underneath this building. They own the land. They're the biggest landholders in the United States when it comes to commercial properties. The franchisees then rent the building on top of them. And you know what happens? Sometimes McDonald's go out of business. And when McDonald's goes out of business, they want to put a different business in there and they want to sell the land underneath it. Well, guess what? When you have a building that can only be a McDonald's or can only be a Pizza Hut or can only be a Cracker Barrel, or only be a Taco Bell, guess what? It's harder to sell those businesses. So every business has slowly been turning into a gray or beige box because you know what happens when you put a vape store inside of an old Pizza Hut? We all call it, oh, the vape store inside of the old Pizza Hut. Now, in the future, they'll just pull the Pizza Hut sign off and you'll go, I think that might have used to be a Starbucks. I don't remember. I don't know. But all the buildings used to look like this. It's also easier to do upkeep on it. They all have the same dumb awning with these weird little latches attached to them. They don't have to have the special McDonald's only custom ordered roof or the special Pizza Hut red shingle or making sure that they have to do this special lighting underneath Cracker Barrel or whatever was going on with Taco Bell back in the day. They're all buying from the same company. They're all using the same parts. That brings down their cost. They're not building play places anymore. It's not because of wokeness. It's not because, oh, gay people, no. It's because insurance for a play place costs more than just having a fucking McDonald's. Because the purpose of all of these buildings is to just pay off the property taxes while the land underneath it gets more and more expensive. So eventually you can sell it to somebody. Like in the case of Cracker Barrel, maybe the fact that they have land that's connected to the edge of every single highway exit by mid-tier cities all across the United States, maybe that'll be a good play for somebody who wants to put up electric vehicle supercharge stations. Oh, look how they're all conveniently right here off the highway, and we have robots that can serve everybody $12 hot dogs. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here. But none of this has to do with wokeness, DEI, LGBT, black people, immigrants. None of that shit was caused by this. This was completely caused by Excel spreadsheets and people going, if we do less, we can cash out with more. And that's the American dream, to do fuck all and to cash out with a lot more money. Okay?